Speaking of place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking of place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking of place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm in the hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
But what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
It's excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so. That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. What White History Month is?
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. the benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles and what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be
direction? Choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed. Hashtag Do the Right Thing.
Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shit. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shit. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shit. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still will turn the gun down.
I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Get neck when I'm traveling. Chicks pack wood when I'm traveling. Fuck a Lex cause the click fit good, and the caravan slide through your hood like an avalanche. Take a flick if you get a chance, get that close. Fucking the van, cause I get that dough. Be with me, enemies come sleep with me for breakfast. Guaranteed to eat this toast. I'm reckless, fire starter, eat your folks. Just start an artist that eat your tracks, so don't bring them around. I be around Ricans, feet out loca. They got all the toasters, don't need no gas. I got a 6-stack, leave them around, so I don't get left around. Haters around when I leave, and the winter rock short sleeves, reason a pound. With the heat blasting, keep acting. And they keep blasting, nothing on Marine shining. Marine fashion, backing them down. Niggas gon' keep hating, and my clique gon' keep grinding. Keep moving, locking the town. This freeway in a place to be seen, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right, yeah. Still watch what you say to me, prick, cause I got what it takes to dunk the AK clip.
It's me seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right, yeah. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still will turn the club out. Oh, it's Matt, Daddy, young Strappy. No, he ain't the OG Dexter. Yes, I is. Come on, don't test that kid. I fire bomb trips like left I did. Notorious, like that best I kid. Big or small, you can get it. Dead wrong, like trying to break. I pull that
Yo, what up, though? Yeah, hear me, mic check. God damn, man. It's been a longer day than usual. Shout out to Q.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
hear you.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Damn, man. Jill, what's up? Kiki, what up? Mary was popping. Sunkissed. You already know. I know it's a good day. Shalom to you and all the chat. You know what I mean?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Damn, man. I'm excited to be here. Black America was popping. Love Dubia, how you? Appreciate the support. You know what I mean? Always. Almond, what up, though? He knows what's popping. The original, always the first to show love.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow,
Shit
bro,
like
this
that.
means a lot. You feel me? Lion, no, yeah, we trying to put in this work, man. I apologize for being late, man. I had to go do a job, but it is what it ought to be. You know what I'm saying?
Shit like that. Shit like that.
That's
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
My guys was doing all right. They just need a little bit more help. So we got it done. Now we here for y'all. 50 people already here. I would assume that the likes look the same. UT with a legend. What up, though? Damn. See? It be niggas like this, man. Positivity, Mary. Positivity.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You know what I mean? Damn. All right, I'm waiting on Q. She been bugging me. But now she ain't here yet. You on? Hold on. I don't see you. Hold on, Q. Let me make sure you got the right link. You know what I'm saying? One time for the one time. Here, try this one, Q. I'm sending this. I mean, hell yeah, Ali. I hate being late, bro. I hate being late. It's my pet peeve. Love C, what up? Supporting the stream. Supporting the stream. This right here is the reason why we do it. Salute, man. Salute. I apologize. Q, that's the right link right there. Let's see what up. Diesel was popping, my boy. Protecting and serving, you heard?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Nah, yo, Black Thoughts was popping. No, I had to go help, man. I'm a little dusty. We had to, I don't know, do some shit, hang some curtain. I don't know. They was acting dumb today, so they needed me to come through. You know what I mean? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I got a lot of energy. I was born on December 6th, which is Wednesday. Taking a wife to St. Martin Thursday, Friday, so we'll be slightly out of pocket, but who knows? I'm gonna bring my stuff. You never know. But we're gonna have a good next couple of days. That's for damn sure. You feel me? Cal was popping. Yo, let me ask you a question. I be lifting heavy. Uncle Jeff told me I shouldn't do that no more. You agree? I'll be working out with like 315. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out if I should keep doing that. Atticus, what's popping, man? Hope everything's everything. So Q about to pull up. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling good. We're gonna look at this hypocritical advisement that's been given out a little bit. I might have to include myself in it. When we was looking at the end of the show, last week's show, Keisha started asking some questions about, so if this is wrong, why are men saying, men, it's natural for them to do X, Y, and Z, but for women, it's frowned upon. We understand that there's double standards, but before I really get into it, I want to make sure Q pop up here so we can get it popping. But it was a good thought that Keisha had. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, where are we speaking secularly? Is it religious? Like, what's the right guidance and advice for people regardless of social standards. Like, what's the right way to do things, regardless of what's socially accepted. You know, sometimes we're looking at nature, nurture. So we're gonna weigh what is most important and what we should be led by, if that makes sense. So when Q get up here, we'll get it popping. Let me set this stream up real quick. Shout out to everybody who already in the building. We got 75 people. Man, that's love. I'm late as hell and all that, and everybody here. You know what I'm saying? Joe, what up? Okay. Yeah, so I do like my sets between like probably like 7 and 10. So what weight should I be using? You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying though. That's the right weight, right? Because those is pretty high reps, right? Yeah. See, I always see this right here. I wonder. I'm not powerlifting. My sets is like 7 to 10. CC, what up? They like 7 to 10. So I'm thinking that's the right weight. 455 was popping. See, 455 know the vibes, man. 455. I'm trying to tell them I work out with like 315. I do sets of like anywhere between like 7 and 10. I try to get like 3 or 4 sets. You know what I'm saying? See, 455 know what I'm talking about. Everybody else can't relate. They can't relate. That's what it is. Calvin, what's popping? Yeah, on Wednesday I was born, man. Oh, 7 to 10 is powerlifting? Damn. How many reps y'all doing? Wow, I ain't doing that many reps. What I look like doing 15. I ain't doing 15 or nothing. I ain't doing 15 or nothing. Damn, man. Hold on, let me set this up. There you go. Conservative save. Shout out to my boy Drabino too. Last week he had the merch on and all that. You know what I'm saying? Love is love. All right, we got 42 likes. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up. Nah, I ain't see that, UT. All right. Shit. Nah. All right. I figured out. I'm gonna try to take some advice. Maybe I'll just start working out with 225. That's what I'm saying. 3 to 6 is like power. That's what I was saying. So I'm trying to do like 10, but I think I can compromise with the 12. You know what I'm saying? See what's up. So, all right, let's get into this. We always talking about men's nature, right? A man's nature is the one to be with more than one woman, is the one to have sex. We got enough sperm to prove that we want to have sex multiple times a week, multiple times a day even, right? That's the sentiment. And then in the same breath, we tell women to keep their legs closed. And then we tell them if they keep their legs closed, then men wouldn't have access and they have no choice but to get married or whatever the case is. But aren't those severe contradictions? And don't we run into the issue of just causing more turmoil? Yeah, I saw it. So, like, what do y'all think about that? And so Keisha was like, yo, okay. So if you got a belief system that says sex is marriage, and it says don't commit, don't be a whoremonger, women don't be whores, whatever the case is, are we doing ourselves a disservice by telling men it's natural to go out and have sex with a bunch of different women? Or is it just the fact that we have a sexual appetite? Does that sexual appetite have to include a bunch of different women? Uncle Rick, what up? But I'm not even talking about what society says about those acts. I'm about to say what, right? So men are saying we gotta have sex. It's natural for us to have more than one woman, etc., etc. And then in the same breath, we say, women, keep your legs closed. Right? And then here's the fly shit. If a man don't catch a lot of bodies, women and men judge him for it.
Wow.
That's the crazy part. Women and men judge him for it if he don't got enough bodies. You know what I mean? But then peep the fly shit. Women and men were saying they don't want no virgin from a woman's standpoint. There was niggas saying they not checking for virgins.
Wow.
Yo, it's like, how do we get to any type of standard? We frowning upon women that got wild bodies, but we don't want a woman that got no bodies. And then we say body count matters. Yo. What's poppin'?
What's goody, my nigga?
Ain't shit, man. I apologize, man. I had to put in some work and all that stuff. Got shit in my beard, you feel me? But we here.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Better late than never.
Indeed. Yo, I was just going down the rigmarole, Q. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't that thirsty. Why your cup so big?
Big energy.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
So
that.
I was
like
chopping
that.
some shit up, Q. With the hypocritical shit, right? Check me out. Remember, a nigga with no bodies is frowned upon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, do you remember when niggas were saying they don't want no virgin?
Yup.
And then niggas are saying they don't want a bitch with too many bodies, right?
Yup.
And then they don't want a virgin, but they don't want too many bodies. And then and then we say body count matters. What is going on?
The niggas is worse than the bitches, and they don't know what they want.
Yo, now I'm gonna tell y'all, this is Monday. This is the HQ. So we talk like it's the 90s, my nigga. So if you offended by a bunch of shit, man,
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Time for that, man. You know what I mean? We don't got time for that. You know what I mean?
Bing, 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 bing. What are you doing here? I thought I told you to go fuck your mother.
You know what I'm saying? So
I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
all right, so damn, I'm just trying to figure it out, Q. Like,
Yeah, the whole shit fucked up. They gonna say they don't want bodies. Then they gonna say they do kind of want a little bit. I'm interested to know, based on what Keisha was talking about last time,
okay,
what fellas quantify as a body. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
What level of touching, what level of intimacy says that's a body right there?
All right, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna make me feel some type of way, right? If I had a chick, I'm trying to be on some Huggy Bear shit with her, right? And she hasn't been vaginally penetrated, but she been sucking dick to make niggas feel good. She gonna bother the fuck out of me. Right? Like,
That's real shit. I think that's worse.
yeah, it's because it's there's no satisfaction. All right, I mean, people take pleasure and stuff, but that would be crazy. But when I say it's I wouldn't say it's a body, but she nasty as shit. And but Q, her outcome would be the same. I'm not about to be on no huggy bear shit with you and you sucking wild dick like just so you don't get penetrated. You might as well get penetrated.
Yeah, that's super hoe activity.
Yeah.
Ultra mega hoe activity.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Cause that's still a nigga like, okay, here's where Q, you just said something. Yeah. If my mans were to do anything with a girl in any of the 3 orifices, I'm not wifing her anyway. So if my man kissed her in the mouth, I'm not wifing her. If he put his dick in her mouth, I'm not wifing her. If he put his dick anywhere, I'm not wifing her. Damn, yo.
Shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. And it's confusing. So you getting penetrated like that's a body, but if you get in it in the ass, it's not. But then if you get in it in the mouth, it's not. Like, make it make sense. That's whole activity regardless.
That's what it is, Q. Whole activity is whole activity. And I guess depending on what hole should be so I think niggas is thinking about, yo, have you had sex with a dude vaginally when we talk about virgin? But if you getting rammed in, you getting rammed in.
Yeah, y'all gotta throw that shit away. Y'all gotta throw that shit away.
Wow. Yo,
she done sucked on 55 Tootsie Roll Pops to see if she could get to the center, and you more concerned about a nigga didn't go inside. Like, that's weird.
Nah. Keisha, yeah. So then, is Keisha a virgin?
Hell no.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Don't make me choke. UT with the $2 said hypocritical, man. John the Baptist with the $5 says the majority of modern day men don't want standards and principles they have to uphold. Upholding requires discipline and high morals. I agree, Q.
Shit like that.
From
Shit
UT.
like that. Shit like that.
Somebody fucking take a screenshot. Yeah, I think it's the lack of discipline, but Q, the argument men be saying, yo, it's natural to us to want to have one woman, more than one woman, have sex. We got 1 million sperm, right? I know I said it, right?
Yeah.
And then that turn around and we say women close their legs. Do those two things go together?
No. Nope.
So we don't have no argument?
Because let's take it like this. At what point are y'all not being literal?
What you mean?
If you saying keep your legs closed, don't let niggas in, don't be letting niggas shoot at the club, don't let them sample, and all this shit, right? Remain a virgin, be pure, and all this other shit. But then on the other hand, it's like, well, how are we supposed to know what we getting if you take her out on a date and she not putting out? That's lame. Like, the women feeling like they catering to y'all. At what point are y'all being literal, or is it just like when we say keep your legs closed, this is what we mean? When we say we want to sample before the marriage, this is what we mean. You see what I'm saying? Is it literal? Because if it's literal, it's probably being taken that way.
Damn. So, do you think men got to stop sampling?
No, just be clear. You see what I'm saying? Because what's really being said is the woman that's allowing for the sampling is allowing her value to diminish. Y'all, you know, a lot of times the YouTube speaking points are centered around this car getting driven off the lot. So if she is losing her value the minute she gets driven off the lot, do y'all really want to be sampling or not? You know, y'all got to make that decision. and then make it clear to the woman. I think, and that's part of my dilemma when guys do cheat. Like we have this idea of cheating in our modern society. I don't think there's anything wrong with it as long as you're forthcoming. The issue is that a lot of niggas are not forthcoming. You know, so if it's a natural part of men, just be forthcoming and be like, this is what it is for me personally, and either you rock with it or you can't.
Well, I'm thinking Q is most niggas can't handle a bunch of women. Let's keep it a stack. Especially when people start talking about polygamy and things of that nature. You see Ruthless Truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying, yo, I financially support all 4 of these women. He said that first.
Yeah.
Which is really the key about, you know what I'm saying, that the polygamy, especially when you get it from if you get it from the Bible or some shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
The key there is you could have more than one wife, but you got to be able to take care of them. And the first, second, third wife can't feel the effects of the last wife. So they can't be like, you can't be like, oh, nah, you can't go to the store because I got to pay for Keisha's shit. Like Tawanda still get her shit too. At the same time, it shouldn't even feel like the other wife existed in terms of duty and money and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's almost like spending time with everyone equally and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Paying
and you
attention to
can't.
wants and needs.
Yeah, and you can't be like, oh, I'll buy it for you next week because I got to get it for Keisha this week.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how that works.
Now, Ruthless Truth situation, we have to be clear though. He ain't wifing nobody, so that's just sugar daddy status. But yes, as far as marriage, yeah, I think that's a huge responsibility that a lot of people wouldn't be able to uphold.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm thinking is, do we need to maybe put that narrative to bed and be like, yo, y'all niggas, it's hard enough dealing with you and dealing with one woman. Why don't we just make the best out of that situation? You think that's realistic?
Rephrase that.
So men are saying they polygamous, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't actually qualify for polygamy, and oftentimes we don't have the bandwidth for more than one person. And you'll notice that, if you ever text in, let's say you're talking to 3 people at one time, right? The more you gain interest here, you start to not call as much over here, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I mean by bandwidth. So who can really do it at the standard that is supposed to be? You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I definitely feel you on that. It's like when everybody went sick. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people went sick. But Angry Man was talking about stepping it up with your paper, and then the whole concept of, oh, I got to do more than one job. Niggas went sick. It's not easy to expand yourself.
Damn.
But that I took from that.
Yeah. Damn. Oh yeah. When he said that, niggas like, wait, I gotta work harder.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Damn. So Q, if you was the governor, so it's like nigga Governor Q, and you could put out a decree to the men, what would it be?
Stand on some shit.
Which means what?
Just with everything, man. Just everything. Niggas say a lot, but very rarely do you see niggas really stand on shit. Is what I feel like is happening is a lot of groupthink. It's like, oh, I only say that or feel that way because the next nigga said it feel that way. But what do you actually stand on? What are you actually executing in your real life? No matter how little it may be compared to the next nigga, no matter how minimal it may be, what do you actually just stand on?
Okay. Now, as it pertains to relations with women, what would you tell them? Because remember, look what's scrolling, the hypocritical part, right?
Yeah. Damn. It'll probably be an excerpt of something that Kevin Samuels would say. Something that puts them in a position to value themselves first so that they can attract what they want.
You know what I would tell them niggas? Fat niggas can't use talking points. Yeah.
Explain. You gotta expound on that.
Yeah, real shit. Real shit. Nigga, you can't use no Kevin Samuels talking points if you fat and out of shape, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Right? I don't give a fuck that you got a dick and you got some balls. You can't use these talking points if you fat, nigga.
What about the rest of the niggas?
Broke, nigga. You can't use no talking points, nigga.
Got you.
Broke motherfucker. If you using back teeth, if you don't got no back teeth, you can't use no talking points, nigga. Cause that tell me about your priorities.
Right.
Like it sound funny, but if you don't got no back teeth, nigga, you fought through a toothache before. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That medical or dental wasn't a priority. No, I feel you.
You know what I'm saying?
Did you see that video of this girl? She was in a beauty pageant or something, and this guy was asking her, like, if you went on a date with a nigga and y'all went to pay for the food or he went to pay for the food and the card declined, would you pay for it? And she said, yeah. The first time, yeah. So then he posed the scenario again, like, okay, say y'all went on the second date and it happened again. Are you paying for that meal if the card declines? And she said, yeah, I paid the second time, but at a certain point, you know, we got to have a conversation about what's really going on with his accounts, et cetera, et cetera. And all like the niggas was saying, oh, she a real one. Everybody was eating that shit up and loving it. But it's like nobody took the time to be like, yo, but look at my man's over here. Like, why is that normalized that a chick would have to pay for him having declined account twice? Like, what is he not prioritizing? Is she really a real one at that point?
No,
the
she
first
a
time,
simp.
maybe.
No, she a simp. That's all that was. Q. If you know what else I'm gonna make niggas do? To your point just now, pass a chivalry test. If we want women to go back to being what we want them to be, what we say we want, right? And we the leaders, which I think that's true. How about a chivalry test? Right? How about the Bronx Tale test for women? You remember the Bronx Tale?
I feel like I do, but remind me.
Well, basically, he got both doors locked. And then he opens her door. She gets in. His door is locked. Before he get to the other side of the car, she unlocks the door.
Yeah.
But does he know which side to walk on? Does he know how to open the door? Right? Does he know where to sit in a restaurant? Right? When you walk into unknown environments, who walks in first? Shit like that. Right? A chivalry test. And then how to receive chivalry. But we ain't really talking about the women right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But all that. Skinny, bony motherfucker, you can't use no talking points, nigga. Fuck you gonna protect?
Because they
Scary.
can't fight for real.
That shit don't hurt, nigga. Them bony knuckles don't do nothing but make you mad. Yo.
That's hilarious.
So what about that argument where it's like it's natural for men, it's natural for men, it's natural for men, it's natural for men? I've also heard an argument, shout out to my brother Triple Black, said women are naturally whores. You remember he said that?
No
what you
cupcake.
think? Yeah. Is he wrong? Is he right?
Damn. No, I don't. Okay, let me pick that one apart. Respectfully. Because I think.
Go ahead.
No, I think that when you talk about
I was more than that.
Damn. I think everybody got an inclination of fucking. I think that's a human thing. But I think I guess to his point, when women do it at such a high number, high quantity, it comes across as whorish because of the woman's position in society. I think everybody got an inclination of fucking. Men get called whores all the time by women and more feminist-minded women.
So why are men? Yep, there we go. I like that one, DJ. No talking points, nigga. If you can't buy a Pinto, nigga, shut up. Oh, what the hell was I about to say? I got distracted by that. Damn, I forgot what the hell I was gonna say.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, I think both men and women have an inclination towards fucking and being sexual. But again, sexual liberation on men looks different on women too. So if he's saying women are naturally, I wouldn't just say women are naturally whores. It just gets classified that way because of the woman's role in society.
Yeah. So I think you're right. People want to have sex, but women, them controlling that what's it called? Appetite for it is like what women are like exalted for, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or not letting anybody have them, I guess. But then what happens when men are trying to get sex from their women and they women don't give it? Is because they tired of that nigga, or does the sex drive just different?
Yeah, it's definitely some personal shit. I feel. Based on what I've heard, conversations I've been around.
Especially since yeah, and especially since women and men cheat at the same rates. So she tired of you, but she go get some dick somewhere else. Yo, off subject a little bit. I'd ask Trigger Mike a question, and I had to hit him with this button.
Stop the cap.
I asked him, what hurts more, words or fists? What you think?
Words.
Yeah. And so I asked him, he said fists. I said, okay, you rather get punched in your face or your wife tell you that the last nigga had better dick than you? And he still tried to say technically fists.
Nah.
But I think he agreed. He might, you know what I mean? But that's what we're talking about. Like, come on, man. Let's tell the truth.
I think
and this,
being honest, could say a blow to the ego is more painful than a blow to the face.
Hell yeah. Yo, and see, let me just get this clear too. Just back on subject. I ain't saying be all perfect, right? I'm not saying that. But you got a duty to your health, right? Duty to your health, duty to your financials. You know what I mean? How a man shows respect and shows love, right? You should know how to do those typical things, right? Then, and it's not even chivalry goes beyond the woman you dating. When you see the old woman at Costco, when she got a water, you know you got to help her, right? Why wouldn't you open the door for women? But I usually hold the door for most people anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I think that people look at chivalry and just talk about women and men, but I think it's an overall mindset. You know what I mean?
Well, that's funny because like growing up in the 90s, that's how the hood niggas were always like. If my mom came home with a bunch of groceries, it was like the niggas that was helping to bring the shit up the steps and shit. Like, and it wasn't no funny shit, you know? So, and then they go back to doing what they was doing, what we all knew they were doing. If it was some shit that was about to go down outside, they telling the kids like, yo, get in the house. It's not safe out here right now type shit. So I don't. Yeah. And now everything is so different from that. These young kids just they on whatever type of shit they on, but
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Like this one right here, right? I do this all the time, you know, and that's why. And again, we gotta assess things, right? I could use a million talking points, but they say women kill chivalry, but I think men overall, you gotta understand all these things encompass that. You know what I'm saying? That chivalrous nature.
yeah.
You know, my sister, she was a principal in West Baltimore. That's where The Wire, you know, that whole story is from.
Yeah.
And cars get broken into all the time, except for the teachers' cars.
It's real shit.
You know what I'm saying? But niggas getting shot every day. But the teachers' cars would not get broken into.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They respect the work.
Yeah, you know, because people in the street, it is what it is, but they see value, like you said, going to house, going to this, going to that. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, man. Nah, that's real. And I know a couple real niggas from home that used to be like that. You know, that's not here anymore. God bless the dead. But they always say, "Yo, how you doing? I saw you in the paper, etc., etc." You know, one dude I saw every time. You remember used to play football, the flag football down at Kegwin. You remember?
Yeah.
Every time I go in there, one particular dude asked me every single Sunday how many tackles I had. I literally be counting my tackles because I knew I was about to see him at the flag football game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know you had the answer for that.
Yeah, you know. God bless the dead, man. Damn, man. Should we drop the link?
Yeah, let's see who out there.
Let's see who out there, man. We getting some mixed messaging in the chat, man. We doing it. Everybody gotta be on camera, right?
Yes, sir. Or they gotta drop that fee. We gotta up that fee.
Yeah, man. Cause the camera make it different. You know what I mean? John, what's popping? John joined the panel.
I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit.
I see you shining,
Adrian
nigga.
went live.
I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
John with the 20 ball. Men who talking about it's in our nature only use that because it aligns with what they want.
Wow.
Acknowledging our nature, men and women, ellipsis, and choosing to make the right decision is the move. Yeah, I think he might be on to something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be on to something there. I forget you were saying, Q. UT said with the $2. That makes sense, Q. I don't know what you were saying. That was at $3.35. And then John said with the $5, he said it's not just money, but can most modern men uphold a moral standard on many women with a lifestyle that matches? Well, I wonder what talks for him first, though. Is it the pockets? Or is it the... So, what is it, though? I wonder. This is a good question. What is it? Will she respect you regardless of your pockets? Do women respect men regardless of their pockets?
Damn. And that's giving that some thought, not that surface shit, like the long term.
Yeah, long term. Because if these women are out here just fucking, and they know broke Johnny can sling, like he think he getting pussy, he just being used. Like, fuck it, this broke nigga, but he can do what he got to do until I find a nigga I like. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like a lot of times these narratives about women are more fitting for women who are misguided without their father or the proper male representation. I don't be feeling like that's like every woman, especially women who have had a father or a positive male figure. You know, whether it was like her father died in war or some shit and her uncle stepped up or whatever, you know, or she had a phenomenal stepdad. But Damn. And it's so crazy 'cause I don't really be around them type of females, so I gotta like stretch my mind to see what y'all be talking about a lot. Like, of course they must exist in large numbers, but is it most?
Uncle Rick, what up?
What's happening? What's happening? What's good, Hamp? Q, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Uncle Rick. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Thanks for asking.
You're welcome.
Kasim, what up, though?
What's up? What's up? What's up? I know you saw me hitting it off in the chat, man. I'm glad you dropped the link. This is a good one.
I be reading the chat, but I kind of skim it because I want to hear what y'all got to say when y'all hit the link. Hold on, I ain't know the legend was coming up. Unpopular truth in the building. Damn, man, he got the worst internet I ever seen. All right. UT.
That's the UT after dark vibes.
UT, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Oh, hell no. It took you 30 seconds to respond.
Turn the light on, bro.
It's more than the light. Keep the light off. UT, listen to me. Turn everything off in the house. Fuck it. Hit the circuit breaker, nigga. Just keep the internet on. That's it. He keep trying to go by a window. It ain't the window. It ain't the window. Yo. Oh man, that's my dog, man. Uncle Rick, what you got for us?
What's good, man? I wanted to get on when y'all was talking about the hypocrisy of the male.
Yeah, that's what we on.
Honest. Like, you don't get steak at McDonald's, my guy. I done said this a million times, right? Mm-hmm. It's weird how dudes say, okay, you want a girl that's pure, but if she don't hit on the first date, you ain't dealing with her.
Man, you can say that.
Yeah. These are the conversations I heard over YouTube at nauseum. You know what I'm saying? Oh, or if or the other one they say, right, is like, oh, because you got a baby already and you had sex before, why I gotta wait? Because you wasn't the last nigga.
Shit like that.
You not him. Like
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Like that.
I don't get what people when. So like I said, man, anything. In my opinion, this is my opinion, right? A woman, I don't care if she was a whore. I don't care if she was a good girl. It's her body. She has the right to choose whenever she wants to shut her box off to the public. That's completely on her. Mm-hmm. That's on her. Now, if a male, if you feel she's worth the energy and time, that's why I tell the fellas, that's a decision you gotta make. Right? That's where y'all be fucking up at. That's where the dudes fuck up at. You choose her at the end of the day. You the one who be like, you my girl. Right? She can't, oh, that's my man. It don't work like that. Right? So stop thinking because you take this woman out on a date, especially, nigga, if you dating 3 or 4 or 5 of them at the same time, right? That she owe you something on the first date. She don't owe you shit.
Yeah.
She don't owe you nothing, right? Again, if that's the case, if this is the case, niggas, you niggas, right? If that's the case, just take your ass out on the stroll and pick you one up. Then you know your money is well spent. You are getting an advertised product that you're looking for. But if you're in the game, you gotta play the fucking game. If you out here dating, you gotta play the fucking game. If not, shut the fuck up. That's her pussy, nigga. Just because she gave it to the last nigga don't mean she gotta give it to you. It don't work like that. How you gonna like in a address the situation? Everybody's saying, I don't want no woman that's I don't want no hoe. She'll be my hoe when I'm done with her. Right? I'm gonna train her up to know what I like to do in bed, what I like done to me. I'm gonna figure out what she like done to her, and I'm gonna flip her on her head, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe a woman got to go through no fucking 8 dudes, no 10 dudes, no 20 dudes to figure that shit out. We gonna figure it out together. Right? Experiences is learned, whether she does it with you or 12 people. I'll take the experiences that's done with me. But you can't sit up here, fellas, asking for a woman to be a certain way when there's not a path provided for her. Y'all expect her to make the choices, but the truth is, and like I said before, if we supposed to be the men in it, somebody gonna have to be a fucking adult first. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be you or is it gonna be them? Right? Because when y'all don't learn about this, when y'all see that these modern women, when y'all allow them to make adult decisions, y'all see how it's turning out, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Rick,
you know what, man? When I'm out here, man, I don't really see dudes, comparing what they did, to get the same chick. I don't see dudes out here on Carroll Street, taking notes and saying, hey, like, you know what? I had to, we had to puff like 3 blunts and then I hit. And then the dude was like, no, I only want to pluck 1 blunt and I hit. I don't see dudes out here really doing that for real. I don't see really dudes out here like comparing notes as far as, what he did in order to get, the draws versus another man. I think there's some YouTube shit, man.
What you mean? Like how the game they used?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously when dudes get with a girl, right, what they don't want to do is they don't want to overpay, right? They figure like, okay, the dude didn't have to do nothing and he hit. Why do I have to go through all of these things and I hit? I don't hear that out here, in these streets when dudes comparing notes. It's like, hey, like, you know what? Do what you got to do, right? Work your mouthpiece, work whatever it is that you got to do, and whatever results that you get for them draws to come down, that's what it is for you. I'm not going to compare what it is for somebody else.
Kasim, you know what? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Yeah. One of my men, I said, yo, it was a girl, right? That he got the number. I don't know if he did something with it. I'm like, yo, give me her number. Right? But that's as far as it go. I ain't like, yo, so what you say to her? So literally like, yo, I seen her.
Exactly.
I lost the number though. Like this is a real life situation. I lost the number. She like wrote it down for me and so I lost it. So I'm like, yo, didn't you? What's her name? Yeah. Oh, give me her number. But he ain't even asked me why, and I ain't asked him what he did to get. Like it just is like, I, you know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't no Huggy Bear shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I had one follow up for Uncle Rick, Christine, real quick. Uncle Rick, on that thought, right? Do men have to stop touting that it's natural for us to sleep with this amount of women, and then in the same breath telling women what they should not be doing?
I think that's two sides of a different argument. It's natural to want to.
Yes,
that's how I look at it. You see what I'm saying? But we all know shit. Just because it's natural to do so, to some people, it's natural to kill people. You know what I'm saying? To a lot of people, that's natural to them. But that's not the smartest thing to do, right? I think it's just the acknowledgement of the nature. The problem is when men try to use it as a bullet. You know what I'm saying? In the gun of ammo to try to get a woman on a certain level. Again, I honestly believe that people, when you're in a relationship, it's about people fighting their nature. Whether it's a woman, it's about her fighting her nature to ask for to chase attention. You know what I'm saying? From multiple men. It's about her being happy in her space when everybody want to say that hypergamy is a real thing, right?
Yeah.
It's also with a man when you quell you quell your nature to not be out here chasing tail, right? Or hitting butt every other day, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody quells their nature. That's what I think it's about. But like I said, I honestly think that when it comes to these talking points, like I said before, all these motherfuckers be lying, bruh. All of them be lying, right? Oh, such and such baby mamas, when all y'all got a baby mama or fucking with a baby mama, or you sleeping or have slept with somebody who got kids, right? Oh, this man is beneath me. When you go to his house, it's his mama house. Y'all go in the basement, y'all do your thing because he look like you like, and you like him like that. Everybody be goddamn lying.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Everybody on the panel outlier, right?
Everybody's exceptional. Nobody's average anymore, right? Nobody ain't never been in a relationship when they went through some shit and then went past it because their ego was bruised. No, you beneath me.
Uncle Rick. And we talk about nature, right? Would you, if I made the argument, I guess you might want to hear your thought before UT get in on this too. You know, if I said women are presumably better at controlling their nature than men are, like they have more self-control, would I be out of line with that? Because I'm looking at, when we talk about women cheat at the same rates as men, then women must obviously have similar desires, but women are more likely to kind of control themselves, and they not the leaders. Would I be out of line with that?
Yeah,
I would say it would be to the degree of, right, it might not have to be sex, but just as, you know, Unc said, it's about that attention, right? If you're weighing it with sexual desire from a man versus the attention from a woman, they got us beat all day, right? It's one of those things that validates them, and they can't live without. You know, they're gonna get that attention from random men when they at work, when they driving at work, wherever they get to, they're gonna get that attention. It's hard for them, you know, to resist that attention. Now, they might have a little bit more control as far as where the attention gonna lead to, right? Like, yeah, she can get the attention, but it's not necessarily gonna lead to the panties dropping. You know what I mean? So if you're going to have this versus thing, like versus a woman's attention, needing attention versus men's, you know, sexual desires, or they win that hands down.
Okay. I see. Uncle Rick, what say you about my? Again, I'm just posing it. You know what I mean?
Shit. See, but this is where people get messed up, because it's all dependent on that person.
But if you had to just make a speculative argument,
if I had to make in my humble opinion, men control their urges better than women.
Yeah,
in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, because like we talked on the last show, I be want to knock motherfuckers out every minute.
Yeah, me too.
Right? Somebody look at you funny, or you in a situation with somebody, like, no, we practice restraint way more than women, right? It's just it's different aspects of life. That's what I should say, right? It applies in different aspects of life, right? But if we're talking,
clarification question, Uncle Rick, I'm talking about like sex, the appetite for sex, because Q and I were speculating that women don't have a lesser appetite. So I'm going from that lens, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay, yeah. Nowadays, you talking about 2023? Hell no.
They be wilding.
Man, most of these girls getting down. Y'all know I ain't lying. Most of these girls getting down.
Word. Also, Uncle Rick, I need to help. We need to update your lingo about 20 years. You said getting butt.
They getting down. They getting down.
No, before than your initial monologue, you said they be getting butt. What will you say now is clapping cheeks?
Oh, clapping cheeks, getting hit.
Jesus Christ.
And a nappy dugout. The wet.
I see. Here you go, going back years again.
I ain't heard that one.
Like that.
Yeah, he played with way back, man. Oh man! All right, let me.
You don't want to say a 1990 conversation.
Yeah, that's what that was. John with the fight. I said, Rick ain't missing
shit like that.
I don't think neither one of them missed shit. I'm just asking a question. They good ass answers. UT, what's popping? You was frowning your face up and all that. You know what I mean?
Nah, I actually was agreeing with them. I just was thinking. When I be doing, I just be thinking. I just be thinking about stuff.
So what you think?
I'm with Rick, and I'm with my man down here at the bottom with me. They both kind of hit it on both sides of it. You know, it really was.
Well, let me ask you a question then. So, do men need to stop saying it's natural for them to want to go get all these cheeks, and that using that as a justification to fuck a bunch of women? Because the argument Q and I were making is contradictory to us saying women sit your ass down.
Yeah, it is contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
What you think?
I wouldn't even let that be part of my vocabulary. I wouldn't even say it. For what?
Okay. But see, what you think, UT?
If it's natural, I mean, it depends on if we really saying that it's natural. Because if we really saying that it's natural, then is it really something that we can't say? You get what I'm saying? Like, if it's natural, then it shouldn't be bad for us to say it, because the women, it's still not saying that the women shouldn't be natural what they supposed to be. It's just saying that's what's natural to us. So
it's like an unspoken word.
Yeah. So if the women are still, that's just like in the Bible, I have read that kings had multiple wives. That don't mean that the women had to be whores. They just was with the men. You get what I'm saying?
Well, but the accepted, see, what's accepted in society is what people often so like the kings can have a bunch of wives, right? But the women couldn't do it for whatever the reasons were. We don't need to get biblical, but just those that's was the structure though. Right? But how successful were we? So for instance, if you use that just really quick, if you talk about Solomon, he went off for fucking with too many hoes. Right? They corrupted his mind because he had too many women in his head. And that's King Solomon, the richest, the smartest man to ever live, right? I mean, we can argue that, right? But that's the sentiment. I ain't Solomon, and you ain't Solomon, so I can't pay for all these women, and I'm not as smart as him. And they corrupted his mind. So me and you, what is it? 2 women? We start feeling ourselves. He had to get 1,000 before he started feeling himself. Let's just keep it real, like you know what I'm saying.
The basis of it is that anything done in excess causes a problem.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Anything in excess causes a problem. Something that's healthy for you, you take too much of it, it'll kill you.
Yo, do you think men are delusional when it comes to them having how many they can handle?
Say again. I'm sorry, Kasim.
Do you think men are delusional when it comes to how many women they can handle?
Yes. Because
go ahead.
Like to speak on the wife situations, right? What that they was talking about earlier. Like you got to be able to afford her, and she cannot feel deprived. No one wife can feel deprived. That's everything. That's everything. That's financial. That's emotional. That's sexually, right? That's time, right? So I guess they try to live by the example that, it's harder to fuck. It's easier to fuck another woman than it is to fuck your girl twice. But a nut is a nut, if you ask me, right? So if you can't sexually fulfill the desires of all those women equally, you're still failing, right? I don't care what nobody say. If you can do it, great. Shout out to you. But it's mentally tiring juggling a bunch of women, right? Let alone it's gonna tax your pockets, right? It's mentally tiring to juggle a bunch of women. But if you could do it, knock yourself out. Shit.
I'm gonna give this example, and it might be an outlier, but when I was younger, right? Not to be bragging, I wasn't conscious of what I was doing to women. So I had multiple women at one time. So it really wasn't like I was it was taxing my brain. It wasn't, because I wasn't even thinking about, I was just thinking about fucking. So I don't know if that really equates to that. So, because if you just able to do it and you were not really conscious of it, then is it really taxing your mind like that?
Yeah, I think in terms of polygamy, I'm sorry, Kasim, you could go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing. You know, I work around a bunch of women. I'm a manager, right? And I deal with a bunch of millennial women. They're like 23, I think, like to 28. And I have a girl, right? So I spend a good amount of my day problem solving with these women and trying to figure out things, not only that's going on with their performance, but also sometimes I got to be like a guidance counselor and on a life coach. So that's, at the end of the day, it's very, very draining, right? So then when I come home, I need like a half an hour or so to kind of decompress from that. And now I got to deal with, you know, her particular thing. So I think that the average man is delusional about how many women that they can handle, right? Okay. And if you can do it, it's like a sprint. You could do it for a little while, but over a long period of time, it weighs on you and it just drains you. And then you want to just kind of like want to cut the fat. It's like, all right, let me just go ahead and break it down. I don't want to handle these many. Let me handle, instead of doing 5, let me go ahead and do 2 and manage that. So it's very taxing dealing with all of these energies and problem solving for them and getting them out of the chaos, getting them to think more rational and getting them to think more clearly. So it's taxing.
And I like that word that you used, Kasim, energy. There was something that I saw years ago before we got into all this woke speak, where this guy was talking about women and urging women to not sleep around, because he says, if you sleep with a guy, you carry his essence on you for 7 years past that point. And so that was like this, if we bring that to YouTube today, that was one of his speaking points, was sleeping with a man for a woman, you carry that man's essence on you for 7 years. You have that energy, you have that spirit, that, there's some soul tie there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When you guys sleep with a lot of women, do y'all ever feel drained?
I didn't feel drained until I got conscious of it. You get what I'm saying? When I was just out there, when I first started just fucking like that, it didn't bother me at all. But then when I started getting to where I cared about one of the women, then that's when it drained me. You get what I'm saying? It was like when that happened, it was like, okay, now I got to think about shit. But at first I wasn't thinking about it at all.
So y'all just be like fucking at autopilot.
Yeah, and that's a good way to say it. That's how it was. Mm-hmm. But then when it was like, I got a woman that I heard her, I cheated on her, and then I felt bad about it. Now it's like, now I'm thinking about shit all the time. Now my feelings into the shit,
Got you. John, I wanted to hear more about what you were saying in the super chat on standards and how men are not holding them. What did you say? They're not holding themselves to the same standards that they want to see women execute?
Yeah, most definitely. I have a different mindset than you two talking points, because I think it is hypocritical that a man can think that he can sleep with a bunch of women, that it won't affect him or that it won't affect the women or society in general. I think we lie to ourselves and say that stuff because we don't realize that in the moment, yeah, you may have that feeling, but you're only doing what you selfishly want to do. If you look at the results of what's going on, you would have to tell yourself, this is not good for society. And so in order to hold a society to a standard, you yourself have to hold that same standard. How can I expect something I'm not willing to give?
That's powerful.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Like, John, I know you've been married for 28 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you hear people asking about when you hear men saying they have sexless marriages, right? Because I don't heard women say that they get tired of the sex, for not necessarily that they don't enjoy it, it's just that they sex drive ain't like the men's on. So how does that equate to that? Because I always thought, like, if I had 2 women, then this one might be tired, but this one ain't. I always thought about it that way. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And the way you just said it, it's like if one gets tired, I can have sex with the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just actually proving again, like, it's a selfish desire that you're looking at, because you're looking at how you feel. So you should want to, like, understand if it's your spouse, somebody you care about, what's making her feel tired. Is there anything that she can do that can change her mentality where she won't feel tired? Sometimes, you just got to ask the questions and gain the insight from her. Let her talk and then figure out what's going on in her mindset.
Well,
John, I would also say this, John,
because I got to get ready to go anyway. Okay. Let me ask a follow-up question. Okay, so because when it's a marriage, both our feelings should matter, right?
It should.
So when you say I should figure out why she feeling like that, wouldn't she need to feel like why I'm feeling like that?
Correct. It's a marriage. She need to take care of you, and you need to take care of her.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just asking because it's just a thought process. I'm just
Your
asking. I ain't
body,
trying to.
when it's marriage, her body belongs to me. My body belongs to her. When it's a marriage,
Right. And you also have you got to have a certain understanding when you get into a marriage or a long-term relationship when it comes to the women. You have to kind of understand that, first of all, the sex drive is going to wane down, and part of that is psychology and part of that is just her biology, right? Once she gets to a certain age, her body goes through different changes and that's going to affect, the sex life. And I think you have to go into it with that particular mindset. And I think some men don't. I think they're so caught up on thinking that the sex is supposed to be, the same way all the way throughout. And it frustrates them not knowing you know what? Eventually she's going to go through menopause. Eventually those body parts down there might not work the way they used to. We might need to do some more foreplay or some more lube. But I can't hold that against her because there's something happening to her, biologically. I think if we deep dive more into that, we can get less frustrated and figure out ways and how to dealing with it when it happens and then talk about it.
I think a lot of men. They don't.
I gotta ask them. Clarify. You said some. So with some not being a viable answer, you think the minority or majority of men don't give a fuck about how they women feel?
I think the majority of men don't care. Because again, just as John said, it's selfishness.
Okay.
Right? It's all about them. And when you get into a union like that, you have to look at things more broadly and just have that conversation. But then just know your partner. Obviously, she should know that, okay, as my husband gets older, and we go through this marriage, this relationship, his libido is going to go down. Right. So when it happens to happen, I shouldn't put it against him. I should learn how to navigate that and deal with it when it happens, so I don't get as frustrated or she doesn't get as frustrated, right? So that we can continue our union. I think most men need to come to that understanding when it comes to our bodies and how we think, especially as we get older. I think we forget about that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, let me see. UT had another question. Go ahead, UT.
I forgot what it was. You go ahead.
No, I think. My bad. Isha, you should have.
Wow. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Been a member. Okay. Matt with the $2. What's good, Hamp? Good show yesterday with podcast. You already know.
Shit like that.
I just think I hear what Kasim was saying. I think he's correct. I just think it's unrealistic. I think Mike Tyson said everybody got a plan until they get punched in their shit.
Yeah, but I think if we have spaces like this, and the more men that have experienced that are in these long-term relationships and in marriages, I think it's important for them to communicate that. I communicate that to my boys, all the time. My oldest son, he just got married, right? He's 27. He got married 18 months ago. And part of that talk, I was like, listen, Eli, when y'all be together, her libido is going to drop down a little bit. Sometimes it's psychologically and sometimes it's biologically. You just got to know how to handle that and expect it to happen and have a plan or a remedy for it when it does happen.
No, I get it. I just wondering when your man cave turn into a massage parlor, how realistic is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep it. I don't know, man. Like, it turned into a damn jerk off parlor. You got sticky socks and washcloths everywhere because you ain't getting no cheeks. I'm just trying to figure how this actually manifests.
That's
what.
But this is why you question. That's why.
No, but this is why you have to plan ahead, right? This is why you have to plan ahead and talk during those certain stages that we go through and talk it out and figure out a way, man.
No, I hear you. I definitely hear you, man. Damn, John, I had a question. John.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, Mary, what up?
What's up, Mary?
What's up,
John? Now you said you've been doing 80 hours a week for 20 years, isn't it?
Yeah, close to that, yeah.
So I mean, you wasn't even home. Like you wasn't even home to experience or to combat this issue. 80 hours a week, every week for 20 years. This couldn't have been a problem.
What point are you getting to, Mick?
I'm just saying, like,
I'm not getting the point that you're trying to make.
Because you're saying body belong to her, this and the third. That's all good, but have you dealt with this type of issue?
So do you think? Okay, so you assume that I'm not home is what you're saying.
80 hours a week, you ain't home.
No, you are home. There's over 106 hours in a week.
Okay, so half of the time you're not home.
Actually, I think it's more than 160 if I forgot the total hours, but yeah. But
No,
now
I
you
ain't
are.
pressing
It's
your
like
math.
okay. So go ahead, say it again.
I'm not pressing your math, but you ain't home. 80 hours a week, you ain't home.
So that comes to working 12 to 14 hours out of the day. Rest of the time I'm at the house. I'm interacting with the family, with the kids. I'm sacrificing sleep to be with the house and the wife and kids.
But is you really after the booty like that then? That's what I'm saying. Like, is you really after it like you can't be? Because
I don't see, but that's the thing though. This look, it's only so many ways you can fuck your girl, fellas. It's only so many ways. Y'all don't want to. I understand all y'all studs, right? Y'all nut a gallon of cream, right? And y'all can fuck 6 ways from Sunday, right? But after a while,
every day, yes,
right. With your girl, you can only eat strawberry ice cream. Only gonna be special so many times.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This is what people don't understand. It gets to speaking for myself, because you know all y'all special niggas. You know what I'm saying? Speaking for myself. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It is at the point where sex is a part of our marriage, but it's not the know all be all of it.
Yes.
Right. It gets to a point, and this is what y'all don't understand. This is what most people don't, why y'all don't survive marriages, because y'all don't understand that security comes at a cost. Right. Security and excitement are not two things that go together in a sentence. I hate to tell y'all that. Right. But after a while, your marriage is going to become a routine. It's going to become that, right? And what happens is people be so focused on doing other things. And it's only so many times. Me and my wife been to Jamaica 4 times. We've been to Mexico 5. We've been on 10 cruises, right? You're living life together, and you got to learn to understand that everything is not going to go like it's a party every fucking day. It doesn't happen like that, guys.
But what does that have to do with sex?
What I'm saying is
what did you? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is the way this conversation is being presented, like it's something that should happen every day, whenever I want it, 3 times a day, because this is the impression I'm getting, right? So again, if you can get sex on a schedule that works for you and her, it should be perfectly fine.
But who said every day? Who introduced every day?
I'm just saying the way it's sounding and the way people make it, right? If I'm picking up the wrong vibes, let me know.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying like.
But I did step away though. I stepped away, so maybe I missed something.
But no, actually, you set it up though, here, because you questioned me. You say, John, you've been going for 80 hours a week. You're not at home. How are you dealing with this? Well, it's simple.
This ain't a problem for you. You ain't even home. So you don't.
First of all, I am home. First of all, I am home. And then, like you say,
John, you ain't talking to a nigga who don't work 80 hours a week. That's what I'm telling you. So as a nigga from man to man who work 80 hours a week, you ain't home. And then when you home, that 3 hours you think you playing with the kids, you a zombie. And then you go to sleep for 3.5 hours and then get up and do it again. You ain't home and you ain't present. And the only reason I know is because I'm that nigga. So I'm there with the kids. I'm playing. I'm tired as a motherfucker. And I can't wait till them niggas go to sleep so I can go to sleep so I can get up and do it all over again. So I'm not just talking. I'm speaking from experience. I know how it is. Best thing they ever invented was Gracie's Corner.
So I will go ahead and tell you through every stage of my kids' life, I've been active in teaching and instructing my kids on how things should go. Never been an absent father. No, always been. Didn't put it in front of the TV.
That's not what I'm saying. You're not addressing nothing I said though, right? Maybe
I'm not understanding, so I listen longer to understand.
Yeah. So and again, when I say you present, I'm just saying you tired, you overrun, you got stuff to deal with, right? So you there with the kids, you happy to see them, right? But a tired person is largely ineffective, right? You have to sleep, and then you working 8 hours a week, 14 hours a day. How effective are you? Right? When my daughter was at
so this is why I'm saying this is why I disagree, because I think how effective are you depends on your results that you get.
They got a mom.
Yeah, but then who's instructing the mom? Who's also setting the guidance, the standards for the house, and then how active. So go ahead.
Well, you set the standards and you hope that she maintains them.
Mm-hmm. But you
ain't enforcing them, no.
No, I actually wasn't. No, that's what I'm saying. The difference between me and you is I wasn't forcing them there.
The difference between me and you, what? They're standards, right? But she has to be. You're not there to enforce her to make sure they make them standards. Yes, you give kids discipline. So when you walk in the house, see you you can't.
Okay, I get what you said. So I'm gonna give you. I get what you said with enforcing, because you said on a minute by minute basis, I'm out there enforcing the rules.
Yeah, you got to trust her to do so, but you got the same
principles. Okay, I won't disagree with that. I get your point.
Now, don't make no mistake, John. I'm not sleeping on your husband / daddy game. That sounded fucking crazy. Pause. My fault. That sounded nuts.
My
good,
bad, fam.
Somebody clip us in that, John. We in trouble. But I'm just saying, we work so much, bro. Like it's just so hard, man, to just give it your all because you're just so tired. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the thing about it, though. So like, okay, that's the part I was trying to say is like, how can if you understand what it takes to make life work, that's why this conversation to me is so important, because what is you having 3 to 4 different wives or women? If you understand what it takes to make it happen, how is 2 or 3 more going to help you in the situation? Because every time you deal with that woman, it's not just sex. You gotta deal with the problems that she's gonna bring with you too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
That's what we're saying, John.
I think Rick hit it on the head. You know, there's nothing wrong with scheduling. I think sometimes men look at scheduling as a bad thing, when scheduling actually kind of has to create order. And when you get older and you're in a relationship long enough, you're going to have a set schedule. Like, listen, we're going to have to schedule, some bedroom time. We're going to have to schedule, our dates because we're both so busy. There's nothing wrong with that. I used to think of that as like a punk move. Like, oh, what do you mean you got to schedule, sex with your wife? That sounds crazy as hell. You can't get it up no more. When all actuality, that most lasting relationships, they end up being that way, but the men don't speak about it, right? Because it can be quite embarrassing to a man to know, like, listen, I got to schedule, sex with my baby girl, once a week when we go out on date night, because we're supposed to be these big alpha men that's supposed to be ready at the drop of a hat, and it doesn't happen like that, right? So I think, it's coming out more in these conversations, because I've been on other panels where men speaking about like, hey, like, you know what? I am busy. I do be working like man hours, and we got to set a time for ourselves, on one particular day where we get a babysitter for the kids, right? And it's just us, they're spending overnight over, their grandma house, and it's just us, and this is where we do our thing. I think that has to be, spoken about more, so that men don't get disappointed when they can't, quote unquote, live up to their masculinity.
Damn.
I think one of the biggest problems. Go ahead.
So I got a question.
Go ahead. I was just exclaiming about the scheduled sex.
I think one of the problems of the conversation is that I think Rick touched on it earlier. Once you've been married for, let's say, decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, priorities change. I'm not saying your spouse never becomes important, but you begin to understand there's a lot of things in this relationship that we're juggling. The first 2 is you and your spouse. Always going to be the most important. But then with the communication and then understanding, like, this is what's most important at the time. This is what we're working on it together as a family. You correct. You do have to set time for you and your spouse. Always has to be number 1. But don't think that as in a 20, 30 year marriage that you're just gonna be knocking out the box 7 days a week. You only want to because everything you got going on. You're trying to accomplish goals and dreams and other aspirations that other things become important too. And both of you agree with this. It's not saying that you're gonna stop doing it, but it's just other things are more important, become important.
It seems like y'all keep going to the extreme that we saying every day. It's not about the everyday.
No,
thing.
I'm not saying every day. I'm just saying we read in a long-term relationship, you realize that in a long-term marriage, some things is not going to be like. We're not saying it every day. I'm not trying to make fun of every day. I'm saying you understand that there's going to be times where you're not like that.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just asking because of if you say that, say you got married young. I don't know what age you got married.
21.
So you got married at 21. Your sex drive, I know mine at that time it was real high. So I'm saying like during those times, how would you if your woman saying she don't want to give you none or she tired that much and you still want it, so you sacrificing everything that you really want to. You know what I'm saying? Especially at that age. Later in the 30s and 40s, I can see in the 30s and 40s, I can see you starting to slow down a little bit. But that sex drive in the 20s is high.
Yeah. So even in your 20s, there the discussions that you have, it's understanding. Like we're not telling each other no.
Okay.
Or you have to have the conversation. You have to set parameters and understand that like when people get sick or something like that, yeah. Well, if there's a real heavy on the schedule, yes. But most of the time you're communicating, you're having conversations, you're making special days. I mean, even if it's not special days, it's like, hey, surprise. Let's see what we're about to do here.
I got you.
It's not science. It's just.
Mary, let me read this real quick, Mary. Gunny with the $10. He said, absolutely not. Never schedule sex with your wife. That's a recipe for disaster.
I don't believe in scheduling either. But...
He's wrong. He's dead wrong on that.
Oh no.
When you get to the 17-year mark and up, and you're really busy on your grind, you gotta schedule it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's better to schedule it and have those particular intimate needs met than to not schedule it and expect someone to uphold it, but they can't because they're so busy. And that's where communication comes in.
This was crazy though. Right? Mm-hmm. So the men who say they got a high sex drive, right, and want to be with multiple women, right? How y'all vouching for marriage then? How are you vouching for a marriage? Because no matter what y'all say, no matter what y'all do, yeah, your wife love you. She there for you in the long haul. Y'all gonna make it. I'm talking about down the line. I'm not talking about 21 UT. So I apologize for that. That y'all should be fucking like rabbits at that point.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I was asking at that point. That's why I was saying I know the age because I'm getting there because I'm 30. I'm 30 getting up there. 35 getting up there. So I understand it.
I'm talking about down the lines, right? I've been married for 26 years. Right. Well, 23, been with my wife for 26. Right. I'm talking about down the line. Right. So again, if this is going to be such an issue in your marriage, even when you supposedly get older, then how can y'all even here advocate for marriage? Because the thing you want is the thing you're able to get out in the street, which is multiple pussies. So which one are you? Are you a husband or are you a nigga out in the streets? Because if you're a husband, you fucking with one woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stop contradicting your goddamn self. Either you're a husband or I'm a husband whenever I choose a woman, then go choose one then. But that ain't what y'all want. Like I be saying, y'all niggas be talking about what y'all want, but y'all be moving different. Y'all be out here fucking multiple bitches talking about you husband ready. No, you're not, nigga.
Yeah. I want to be the first to say, Rick, I'm guilty of that. So I gotta take responsibility for the double narrative. Cause this marriage shit ain't easy.
If it wasn't easy, everybody would do it.
Yeah. Exactly.
If it wasn't easy, everybody would do it. I'm sick of this shit with men. I ain't gonna even say his name, but I'm gonna do a video on it.
Say it. I want to know. I ain't gonna tell nobody else.
No, I'm gonna do a video. Y'all come over to my channel and watch. Right? It's crazy to me how, right? It's crazy to me how niggas would do this shit, right? It'd be a female, right, on a panel, and I'm sure y'all seen this before, talking about how she let a good guy go, right? And what niggas be saying? All the man got to do is be as good, right? Good, everything else could be worked on. He a decent man, right? But then they say they the man and say they know a good woman and they still ain't married. Everybody in your life good. Every situation you have. My baby mama, she's a good woman, man. You know what I'm saying? But you wasn't good enough to mold her for you, though, right?
Did you hear what I said?
Y'all fucking liars, bro. That's all you niggas, black men and black women. All y'all do is fucking lie. That's all y'all do is lie. Lie. I want to be married, ain't been married yet. I want to be married, you've been divorced 3 times. All y'all do is motherfucking lie.
Wow.
That's all y'all do. Y'all want to support the black community. Black people selling merch. Don't none of y'all buy it. But y'all in Gucci every goddamn week.
Shit like that.
Go ahead.
Grown ass children. Y'all grown ass children. If nobody ain't gonna tell you, I'll tell you. Y'all some motherfucking liars, bro. Oh, I'm a husband. I'm ready. But I gotta have 5 bitches.
Rick, and they get what they asked for.
Rick, you got me about to apologize to Ro on one of these episodes for some shit I was saying. Jesus Christ. Preach, brother.
Damn. You see, I had to.
But let me, hey, Q.
Ah.
When you say Ro just did.
No. I'm about to
Mary got to go.
I'm about to go. Y'all been talking way too goddamn long. Listen here. So
all right, I gotta get it up.
Yeah. Well, lucky had to go, Mary. Go ahead.
Nah, because I'm sitting here and I'm listening to, all these men talk about, not getting sex this, not getting sex that. If you're working 80 hours a week, you're coming home and you're not fucking your wife, do y'all find it a problem when she complains?
Yeah.
Like, hey, we ain't been having sex. Like, do y'all take accountability for that? Like, trying to, make room for that? Because I see a lot of men complain about how they're not getting sex. They're not this, they're not that. But there's women out there, too, that's not getting it. And people think that that's, something that's not common. It's just not talked about.
You're not really talking about the women, per se.
I know y'all not, but if we're talking about marriage in general, there's men and women involved, correct?
But what we're talking about is the contradictory nature of what men are saying.
But which I also feel like is the contradictory nature that men can complain about not having sex, but women can't.
What women don't talk about whatever issues they do. Women always talk about whatever issues.
We're not talking about the women. We're not talking about the women.
I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, we just not talking about the women though. That's why Rick was saying niggas is saying this, that, and the third, talking about marriage minded, etc. But the actions ain't showing up. That's why Kasim was saying, yo, you got to get a schedule. If you complaining about her not getting no cheeks, he's saying schedule it that way. It's almost guaranteed, I guess, for all intents and purposes. John said he forgoes sleep to make time for his woman and his kids. So that's what we're talking about, the men.
Oh, because all I was hearing was complaining about not getting a.
No, that's because you were hearing the conversation, though. You got to hear the conversation.
Tell her, John.
Get the fuck.
You got to hear the conversation.
You might have to put her in the bathroom.
Yeah, come on, Mary.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Lee, this nigga kept talking about women say it too. Like, give a fuck.
You gotta go back blonde, then come back.
Let me let somebody with some sense talk. Hank, what up, though?
What's going on, big brother? What's happening, baby? How y'all doing tonight? Today, this evening, however you want to call it.
Right, but you try to kick me off. Get his ass out
I got to, because you were talking crazy.
You don't even know what it is.
It doesn't matter. Some of us might be on the West Coast. It might still be morning. Who knows? Cover the whole audience, man.
Even on the West, it ain't morning.
Okay, well, whatever, man. You try to be difficult. How you doing today, Q?
I'm good, Hank. How you?
Man, I'm great now that I get to see you. What happened early, man? I was looking for your lunchtime. I was ready to eat my baked spaghetti ham and ready to watch the show, man. You ruined my lunch. I couldn't watch it.
I know, man. I was so trying to get my guys having an issue with something, man. That shit took longer to remedy than I thought.
That's all good, but I'm glad y'all on to right now. That's all that matters. So let's talk about the conversation. I guess Kasim was talking about sexless or scheduling. Look, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. If you want some ass, you'll do what you got to do. If I got a schedule, if that's what I got to start doing to make sure I get me some ass, I'm a schedule. I ain't got no goddamn problem with it. As long as I get that ass. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Okay.
You got to do.
How do you walk through scheduled sex, though?
I don't know. I ain't never had to do it, but if that's what I got to do, Hemp, I'll figure it out.
Hold on, Hank.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
No, but I do what I have to do. If that's what I got to do. Now, I'm not working 8 hours. I'm telling you right now, I'm not working no goddamn. I don't like the people at my job long enough to do that shit. So, only thing I'm gonna schedule a date. And if that date turns into sex for me and my wife later on, then you can call that scheduling. I don't know.
I can see that.
Yeah. There you go. I was about to mention that, but he beat me to it. Yeah.
You gotta do, man. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. If you want them cheeks, that's your ass gonna be spending a lot of time with a hand of lotion in a shower with a sock or towel, whatever you choose. But fuck that shit. Do what you got to do. Get some ass.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yo, Hood Mystic, what up, though? You heard what Hank had to say. What you think?
I disagree. I don't think that men.
Look at God. Look at God.
Bruh. You shouldn't even disagree with me. You should agree. Your ass would have stayed on camera.
Bruh.
Hey, put him in the back of the bathroom with Mary.
Somebody please time Mary out.
Somebody had called me as soon as. I disagree. I feel like men should be dominant in their relationships. And when you scheduling, you automatically are submissive, because I feel like in a relationship, you should be able to do whatever you want to do. It's not contradictory. It's just men are not a monolith. Men can do various things in their relationships. It's not contradictory. It's just that y'all think men's supposed to be this strong pillar of strength and can't, like, men should have it their way in their relationship. And if you got to schedule it with your wife, you're not in your masculine energy. That's how I feel.
That's bullshit.
Part of being in your masculine, wait a minute. Part of being in your masculine energy is having a system, order, and a structure.
Hold on. Hood Mystic, how long you been married?
Let me read this. Let me get this super chat out the way real quick.
God, dog, you talking about masculine?
Oh, let me get the super chat out the way. Ilkan Ali, what's popping? Ali says a man's girlfriend or wife shouldn't keep him from getting to his next woman. Damn. Hood Mystic, you hear me? Hood Mystic.
I hear you now. What you say?
Check. You can hear me good?
I can hear you good.
All right, Hood Mystic, say what you said again, cause I ain't gonna say who, but I think you might have hit some nerves.
No, what I'm saying is when you are in a relationship with a woman, you are the dominant figure in that relationship. The woman is the submissive figure in that relationship. So when you got a schedule, you're then saying that it's whatever you say, baby. And all of this, like, y'all Gen X men are simps. You know what I'm saying? Y'all not simps. Y'all are simps. Y'all will do whatever a woman say. Y'all are ruining it for men out here. It's what I say goes. That's how it goes. Like, it ain't even no way to argue.
Mystic, yeah.
I know y'all gonna argue, but y'all just gonna be mad because I said the truth.
I'm saying loosen your jacket.
You saying it from the
You keep talking, man.
Hold on, Mary got
and you shut the fuck up.
God,
huh?
Damn, John.
You driving like a man should be driving. You a passenger.
John, hold on. Let me get this real quick. John McGill with the 20 ball said, "Bye, Mary." John not listening. So wait, she come back at 5:10. All right, go ahead, Hood Mystic. You don't fire some niggas up, man. Who want pause?
Let's clarify, right?
Okay.
I didn't say scheduling. I said get on a schedule. Y'all niggas know the difference, right? Do y'all know the difference? Getting on a schedule, meaning I know Thursday I'm gonna get some ass. Saturday I'm gonna get some ass. I don't check in. Do y'all understand the difference? This is an honest to God question.
Uncle Rick, I think you missed the part where you guys are in control of that schedule.
Correct.
He's interpreting that as she's creating the schedule and then telling you what to do.
No, it don't go like that.
No. We say this day she does whatever she has to. We say this day she does whatever she has to do, in order to free herself up physically and mentally to prepare for that day.
He's saying the premise of scheduling in the first place makes you some level of a simp, and she has control. That's the reason why you had to compromise with having a schedule in the first place. That's what he said.
Doesn't a good leader know how to talk and compromise and negotiate? You tell me one leader in the free world that doesn't know how to negotiate.
Yeah, my bad. Let me just get it back. Mary is back. Lionel said, "Nah, bring Mary back."
It doesn't make a difference. She comes back, she still won't be listening though.
She ain't gonna talk about nothing. But
I got one question for the brother.
Hold on, I got some crazy echo. Hold on.
Somebody got some background.
Check. East, you got another screen on? See if you got another screen on or something. He's looking nice and shiny though. All right, go ahead. Who was talking, Uncle Rick?
Oh, I just had one question to the brother that's masculine in charge of his relationship. How's it working out for him?
Man, that's a hell of a question.
I was gonna ask the same thing.
Not so good, I can guarantee it. He might say it, but it's not happening like that.
Again, are you married? Are you in an established relationship? Is this how your relationship goes? How's it working out for you?
I think he wants to go loosen his jacket up.
No, but we all know that any great leader knows how to communicate and negotiate, right? Part of your masculinity is having a system, order, and structure, and you provide all of that. You should be able to take a look and assess and see what's going on, right? If the different dynamic is going on in your relationship, in your household with your woman, as a man, you should be able to assess that and say like, hey, listen, this is what I'm noticing about the dynamic that's going on between you and I. I'm going to ask her input, and I'm going to be like, okay, this is a remedy for that. I'm going to allot a time for us to get back to what we need to get back to and to do what we got to do for the union. That's a part of your masculinity and setting that up because you can see the problem and solve it.
Okay. Trey, you look like you like you not agreeing with that.
Trey is something else.
Trey, how you doing, bro?
What's good, Uncle Rick? This is one of the reasons why I don't do the marriage thing. I don't fuck with marriage. And the reason why is because I can't imagine standing up on an altar and vowing to make this covenant before God that you're going to do all of these things and then having to schedule a time to be intimate with your wife. That sounds absolutely ridiculous to me. That sounds ridiculous to me. There's no way in the world I am going to tell somebody, I'm going to lay down my life for you, but then I might be able to get a little piece of a box on Thursday. I might be able to get a little something on Tuesday when we schedule it. That makes no sense to me. Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I just get a regular little side piece on the side and hit it whenever I feel like it? Whenever the mood strikes us. Why am I scheduling something with someone who supposedly dedicated their life to me and to our family? That makes no sense. Like, there's no logic there for me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. This is why I avoid marriage, because negotiating sex should be the last thing a married couple should be doing.
Agreed.
And no one said that, Trey.
Exactly. This is the thing because hold on. I got you.
No,
I got you because I got you, right? See, again, this is the negative mindset of people, right? It's not like episodes don't happen, right? It's not like I don't see my wife cooking in the kitchen. It's yeah. Right? See, again, everybody wants to go to the negative, right? I'm talking about a common medium of life as you go through it, right? No matter what y'all say, I hear what y'all saying. I understand all of y'all are better than me. I understand. Hey, your parents did such wonderful jobs. They were great. Listen to what I'm saying, right? But I'm telling y'all, in the length of life, if you plan on being, and hey, my boy Trey say he ain't with it. My guy, you know I respect you, 100 grand, right? You ain't with it. But if you plan, this is for the people who say they want to get married. Y'all want a life partner. You want to have someone you can count on when the chips fall, right? In the term of things, as you go through life, as the years pass, things are going to slow down. Stop believing people. Oh, we're 70. It's a goddamn lie. It's gonna slow down. Your marriage is routine. Your marriage is security. This is what happens when you get in a marriage and you get past the honeymoon years. It's simply what it is. I'm not trying to sugarcoat y'all and do all that bullshit. If excitement is what you need, is excitement what you crave, if you're a goddamn skydiver and that's the shit you gotta do, don't do it. You fucking yourself up. You fucking another person up, because excitement is your goal. As you are looking to do everything and blah, 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 it's not going to work out for you.
And I feel like you guys are looking at scheduling as pen and paper calendar type of thing. A lot of times it's scheduling when you don't need, like in a way that you don't even realize. Like for instance, we got 5 kids in the house, me and my husband. So it's like, hey, he'll be like, hey, don't cook nothing tonight, order something. We're going to put the kids to bed early. That's scheduling, but it's not pen and paper type of scheduling to where it doesn't, it doesn't look so crazy.
I don't think that's scheduling, Mary.
I feel like it is. If he's at work and he's telling me like, hey, go do this so we can put the kids better early so we can get some time, that's the same thing.
No. This is like
that's more realistically how it looks in a marriage. Not like on a calendar, we're going to have sex next Wednesday.
That's what scheduling is.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like it doesn't look like that in marriage all the time. It's not like, hey, on Wednesday at 9 p.m. we're gonna have sex. That's not what it looks like.
I feel like
that's how you guys are looking at it. Like that's what it looks like.
That's correct. She's right. She's right. No, she's right.
As some married men on the panel, how does spontaneity work in y'all marriages after the honeymoon phase of Uncle Rick?
It still works.
It still works. Is it as intense as it was in the beginning, or does that fade with the marriage too?
Hey, that's a great question, Trey. Like I said, I've been married 23 years, dog. We're with my girl for 26. You know what I'm saying? Like, we done fucked everywhere.
Nah. Well,
just being honest, right?
Well, honestly, for me, my bad. Go ahead, Rick. You done?
No, I was just being honest with him. Like, we done fucked everywhere. Like, I love her. I love fucking her, but I love her. You understand what I'm saying? Right? Yeah. It gets to the point where I can only fuck her so much. I can only fuck her so many ways. I can only fuck her so many times, y'all. I don't understand it. And it's the same with your dick. Your dick ain't gonna be special after a while. It's what it is. This the things that people don't tell y'all about, right? I got her to the end of time.
But that's are you still speaking of spontaneity though?
No, I'm just talking about the whole thing about a marriage, right? Is it still at times where we're spontaneous? Yes, but is it as intense when I was 25? No,
it's not. Point blank, it's not, Trey.
And that's okay.
That's okay. I don't know. Let me be clear. I don't know if it's okay though. Like spontaneity is one thing that's like I mean, I know Rick said the excitement goes away, but the fact is the excitement goes away.
Yeah, but you're not. I mean, but you might get. You might get the. You're not gonna ever get the same nut every time you have sex with your girl.
Hold on.
Every nut's gonna different in intensity. That's all that matters. Doesn't mean that it's not there, but every nut is not 100% the same. Some nuts have more intensity, and some nuts not. That's what it is.
No, but. He was saying spontaneity, like it changes for so many different reasons. Yo, Isha, go out and come back. Oh, Isha, can you hear me? Go out and come back in, but actually go out and come back in though. Don't just fucking act like you coming back and don't come back. This nigga, she's smiling and shit. I ain't even smiling.
The more decades you get behind you, spontaneity is not there. But you trade off spontaneity for security in the years that you build going towards the full.
That's
Just like the same way as you get older, you get your body. Same way as you get older, you lose more mobility in your joints, your limbs, and your arms, whatever case may be. The older you get, you trade off for something else.
If you
want to keep that spontaneity, different, then don't stay married for a long time. Now you can keep spontaneity, but don't think it's gonna be the same. Don't think it's gonna be the same 30 years in.
Is there a suppression of sex as this fades? Like, are you having less sex as this goes on, or is it staying the same? I'm asking because I'm not married.
No, it doesn't.
I have no
it doesn't
intention
stay
of
the
getting
same.
married,
Trey,
I'm very curious about how the male mind works when you guys are married versus being single.
No, your sex drive.
So for the fact that we raise kids, okay. So I have it. It goes in peaks. There are times we have less. There are times we have more. And
come on, John.
So that's just because you're older. Just because. Go ahead and say it again.
I know, but answer the question though. We know that there's ebb and flow, but he asking just to get some understanding.
Yeah. So now that the kids are grown, it's increasing again.
So you're saying the kids are the problem? Trey, don't have kids with her.
If that's how you would interpret it, go ahead.
If that was the case, then that would mean no prostitutes exist. Prostitutes see married men. So all I'm saying is that men's libido stays the same. It's just that they're in a marriage where their wife is just dominating them. Like, let's take it off of you because the person gonna say, well, not me, but let's just understand the institution of prostitution exists for married men who are not getting the buns that they want from their women, right?
Wow.
That's general. So don't be like, not me. Just think about it. Just understand that when you get married to a woman, you have to stay in your masculine energy. Do you fade over time? I'm 39 years old. I'm more in fit, more shape, more energy than I had when I was 21 because of how I'm living. So don't say you get older and then your wife falls out of love with you. That y'all just weird and y'all don't want to work on yourselves. And y'all
you can't do that. You can't do that, Hood Mystic. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't use the same instance and say then it applies to you, right? You just said the same argument. Let's take it off you, but then you put it back on you about what you doing and how you living. In general, hold on, sir. Hold on. In general,
he talking to y'all.
In general, in the masses, most sex between married couples, no matter who it is, no matter how fine you think you are, slows down in general. So don't use that argument, then try to flip it on your head when it doesn't apply to you. Is all I'm saying.
Not for the men, because if that would be vice versa to say that there is a gang load of male prostitutes servicing women, but the women are servicing the men who are not single, not bachelors, but married men who are not getting sex from their woman because they want to have sex from their woman. Period.
So prostitutes don't serve single men.
Not in mass. Not in mass. If it was relying upon single men,
I can't believe nothing you're saying anymore because you won't tell the truth. Thank you, sir.
You on the masculine side of the car, dog. You ain't masculine.
Y'all just don't agree. Y'all y'all don't understand. And y'all just so I understand where y'all coming from. But I'm speaking the truth, and y'all are lying, and y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Y'all can talk loud and hard as much as y'all want, but what I'm saying is factual. And what
you just said you talking about factual, sir. Don't speak facts when you just said that prostitutes don't service a majority of single men as well.
They don't. It can only be one majority. The majority is married men.
Hood Mystic, there was a couple questions before your phone was messing up. Let me just read this. I want to ask the questions that we can continue to have the conversation. Because Hood Mystic, I'm trying to understand what he's saying. So he might be wilding, but let's see. So Ali says with the $10, Isaiah 4:1, and in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. Ali, I think the key to this verse, they need that name for protection. He ain't even getting no pussy for real. So I don't know if I understand this verse, but it's not really. Remember, look what they saying. So is he really clapping cheeks, or they just saying, "Yo, we just need your name to protect us in that day when shit hit the fan"?
It's crisis.
Now,
It was a crisis going on.
Yeah, but if you exegete that this is future prophecy also in this one here. But regardless though, he not clapping in that verse though. Hood Mystic. Okay, let's do this. Hood Mystic, are you married? So this was some questions that were asked just to get some understanding of your perspective. Are you married?
Been married for 8 years.
8 years? Okay. There was another question, I think, or was that the question? I think that was the only question before you got kicked off. Let me see if I can hear Isha real quick. My bad, Q. Let me just see. Ish. Check.
That sound better?
Check. No, what do you got? An Android?
I'm on my laptop. I'll do it on my phone.
Yeah, you gotta do you getting Adele. That's why. Yeah, get on your phone, please. Appreciate it. Good God Almighty.
Not the Androids, bro.
Huh? Hey, I know you the Android king. All right, my bad. Q, what you about to say? Because I want to put Hood Mystic in the ring, man. I think he got 3 opponents up here. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Q.
I was just gonna say, Hood Mystic has some very strong points that he's very passionate about. And a lot of the brothers up here that have spoken about theirs are speaking from
Hold on. Go ahead.
Are speaking from their anecdotal experiences, right? So Hood Mystic, my question to you is, based on your anecdotal experience, how can you support the things that you've been so passionate about when it comes to that masculinity and being in full control of your woman? How has that worked out for you?
God damn, man.
Hey, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to go fuck your mother. Keep talking, man.
Get your shine.
Oh, you shut the fuck up.
God damn. I wanted to hear what Hood Mystic had to say. RB Bravado was popping. He says with a 20 ball. Hood Mystic, go think about your lies, sir.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
527 for Hood Mystic. Ali. Like that. With the 20 ball says prostitutes, strip clubs, mistresses, hoes been holding married men down forever. Married men are the biggest liars now. Majority of men were married before the 70s and stepped out constantly. As your granddaddy, keep it 1. Like that. So he lining with a Hood Mystic.
Well, let me say this. As somebody who frequented many a strip club back in my day, I can assure you, most men who go into strip club go there for their fantasy. And what they do typically, if they are regular customers, they shy away from the girls who have been there for a long time and gravitate towards the younger women because they are very naive. So that's all fantasy world, Ali. That ain't got shit to do with your wife not giving you no pussy and all this other shit. That's fantasy shit.
Trey, what you saying? We on mute, Trey.
The guys getting with the new girls has nothing to do with them being naive. It has everything to do with the fact that men want variety. They want difference. So in the same situation where the sex is falling off for a married couple that's been together for a while, it's the same concept in the strip club. He's seen her a bunch of times. So there's a new piece about. Listen, there's a quote, and it's a very true quote. The only thing better than good box is new box. That's the truth. That's how men operate. So them wanting to deal with a new girl just simply because she new, she fresh.
You
nothing to do with being naive.
I'm not talking about the new girl. I'm talking about the younger girl. So remember, I said regular customer. So if that nigga been hitting that club for 2 years, and there's a woman that's been there, she's reaching over a certain age. Because in the stripper world, you out age yourself. 25 in the streets is 25. And 25 in the stripper world is like fucking 45.
Wouldn't it be fair to say the younger girl would be the newer girl?
Can I expound on something Trey said when y'all doing
what I'm saying? And she ain't lying about that. Listen to what I'm saying, Trey. 18, 19 in the stripper world, they're way more naive. So where a girl who been dancing since she was 18 and now she's 20, 22, 23, you're not finna just come up in there and pay her a little bit of chump change for a lot of service. Whereas 18, 19, they don't know the game like that. That's what I'm speaking to.
Yeah, but men don't see it that way.
You don't,
No, men don't see it that way. Men see new 18, 19-year-old in the club.
As a new 19-year-old. You see what I'm saying? But let me expound, and then I'm gonna leave this shit alone. I'm gonna leave it alone, right? What you just say, Trey? What Trey just say? The only thing better than some old pussy is what?
New pussy.
Right? So this is what I'm telling y'all. It's not all your girl, nigga. It's you too. It's you too. This the shit y'all don't want to admit. It's you too. Right? So again, if you're not ready to go through that, keep your ass out in the streets. Stop saying you ready for that, because you're not. And it's cool. Just stop fucking lying about it. You not husband material. The same way y'all be saying these women ain't wife material, you not husband material. It's gonna happen for both of you. You see how niggas talk about, well, it's the me getting pussy, right? Right? It ain't never about the we. This what's wrong with y'all. It's never about we. Ain't none of you niggas French. It's gonna be both of y'all. You gonna get tired of fucking your girl. You like fucking, you like pussy, but it's gonna be like, she like fucking, she like dick, but it's the same dick after 10 years, 15 years, 20. That don't mean y'all don't love each other anymore. It's just, hey, you got them new pair of Jordans, you paid $250. They fresh as fuck the first 2 weeks you wear them. After a while, you just throw them bitches in the closet. Your car, when you first got the Beamer off the lot, it was all that in a bag of chips, right? Now it's you had it for 2 years, right? And it's just any other car. That's all I'm telling y'all. It's gonna happen.
Hey, Rick.
But what is so you saying if you're not ready for that, just stay outside, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on Hood Mystic's points, because I think Trey is aligning to an extent, but he also didn't call niggas simps. So I want to hear Hood Mystic is out until 5/27 because he said the scheduling thing. I just want to hear more about that. Let me read this real quick. Lauren with the $2. Strip clubs have the best wings. Hey, Hand, what up, though? I never really frequented the strip club. I feel like they not fucking.
They got real good food.
I go. Isha.
Shit like that.
That sound better now?
Yeah, man, you come up here looking all shiny and shit.
I've been sleeping good.
Yeah, man, you see Trey looking at you. Trey, chill out. Isha, what up, though?
What's up?
You tell me, man.
So I kind of agree.
Yo, I missed you, man. Where you been at, my nigga?
I've been working. I've been going to school. I've been doing a lot of stuff.
Where you ain't pregnant and all that, right? You straight?
I'm not pregnant. I'm good. I'm good.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
I remember, one time in school, I had to stop this nigga from jumping off the top of a building because Isha had cut him off. You remember, Isha?
No, I don't. I don't recall.
Damn, Isha, you got it like that?
I've always been a grown ass woman.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yo, what's good though?
So I kind of agree with Rick to an extent. I think, but I can't get with that scheduling sex at any. I just can't get with it because then it becomes like it's a job. Like, damn, I gotta go home and fuck this nigga tonight. I think
it is a job. It is a job. Get used to it.
No, because if a man really wants to fuck his wife on a regular, then he'll start romancing her days ahead of time because that's the woman's romance takes place in her mind first, right? So if I come home to my dishes washed and my room clean, laundry folded, I'm about to suck this nigga off until he comes and then get him back up. Then we gonna fuck
Wow.
If you want it like that, then you gotta put in that work, right?
That's a good idea.
Hell, that's the manipulation right there. That's the manipulation.
Hey, Hemp, I'm gonna do the same for her. If my food on the table and my dishes are clean and my bed made up, I'm gonna eat her ass from behind.
Absolutely.
So y'all in marriages and you gotta earn sex?
No, that's what they saying. That's what they saying, Trey. That's what they saying, Trey.
Let's stop this narrative. Let's stop this narrative. Let's kill this now. Let's kill this now because this is what we're not gonna do. This is what we're not gonna do. I'm not going. If you at work, and then when you come home, you think I'm gonna wash the clothes, feed the kids, do all the other stuff because you went to work, and then that's gonna make you. No, that's not what we're doing here.
But that's what you expect her to do, though.
No. Listen. Because this is what we're not gonna do. You're not. What we're not supporting in marriage and manipulating to get the spouse what they want. Not gonna happen. We're doing what we're supposed to do because I'm doing for you what I'm supposed to do for you, and you're doing for me what I'm supposed to do for you. I'm gonna go to work, do my 80 hours a week, and you're gonna go to work and you're gonna do what you're supposed to do. And when we come home, when we get together, we get together. There's no manipulating in this.
That's not manipulation.
No, she's saying, Isha is saying, those are your wife's daily tasks and responsibilities.
That's what females do. I keep trying to tell you.
Well, hold. Let me just see. Let me just see real quick, Rick. So, John, she's saying on the daily, she cooks, clean, wash the clothes, right? Let's say you home one day and you decide to do those tasks. He's saying that's opening up a lane, or she's saying that's opening up a lane for like, damn, he did this. Like I'm a, because she didn't say I'm a fuck him. She said I'm a suck him off till he come and then bust his ass. That's a whole nother level. That ain't the everyday sex.
Does she pat him on the head after she's done? And
exactly. This is what I'm saying, Isha, and it's a pleasure to meet you, right? This again, we got to get out of this negative mindset. Why is you with a nigga that not when you chip? Like, I don't get where we get these talks where men don't help clean up the house. That shit getting done regardless. It's our house, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what you're implying.
No, I'm implying that's my language. Another bitch could be like, "Oh, if he come home with a gift or some
it's too many of y'all that's y'all love language. God damn it! It's too many of y'all saying that shit to be saying that. If you with a man, why are you with a man that you can't count on to fold the laundry when he's not doing nothing? That the dishes are done, right? That he cooks sometime. I think that shit happens in general in any healthy relationship.
All I'm saying is if he takes the load off my hands, I come in the house, I'm like, wow, because I'm not expecting it. Because I'm going to do it anyway, because I'm going to keep a house. Because I like keeping a house. I like cooking. I like taking care of my man. And I like going to see him on his lunch break, too, and give him some head, because that's who I am. But if he takes the load off of
shit
me,
like that, and
I come home and see, like, he done did something extra, I'm about to get extra for him, too.
So Isha, can I ask you a question? If I come home one day, you cut the grass, trim the hedges, and kill the weeds, is that ever gonna happen?
I like mowing the lawn, so I might cut the grass. I had a good dad; he taught me how to mow the lawn.
You might. Okay. Okay.
You know what you got to do now, John? You got to eat the box from behind now.
Shit like that.
Bravado, TJ said $2. If Trey ain't looking, I am.
Shit like that.
Hey, John, what up, though?
Shit like that.
Yo, man, they said they said that's manipulation, man. What you think about that?
It is manipulation. Isha, do you think that every time he does that, that's going to have the same reaction with you if it's done time and time again over an extended period of time? That's not going to get the same reaction from you.
That was just an example, right? Because I prefaced it by saying, women, you have to romance their minds a couple of days before you really want to have sex. Clearly, if my man wanted, I'm going to bed with no clothes on. If he wanted, I'm lifting that leg up. I never said I'm denying him no sex.
Shit like that.
But if he want me to get extra, he need to get extra too.
Okay, I understand.
Hey, Aisha,
I get that.
We train dogs the same way that you telling how you did your man. We used to do the same way. Positive reinforcement. You did something good, here's your treat. You did something good, here's your treat. We did the same thing.
Yep. And that creates a behavior. So now he knows if he wants that boxing, he got to do certain X, Y, and Z.
Yo, that's it. I'll take that over scheduling. I'll put the dishes in the dishwasher over scheduled pussy. That's for damn sure.
What?
Hell yeah, nigga. All I gotta do is load the dishwasher? Shit.
Hey, pick your poison, bro.
If I'm laying there because it's a job, I'm not getting on top. I'm telling you right now. But if I feel like doing it, what position you want to turn me in? You want me on top? I got 5 minutes for you. Yeah.
Damn.
See, that's straight manipulation. Okay, how y'all
You
look at
got
it. That's straight
time
manipulation.
limits too? God damn.
I don't know how y'all want to see that's manipulation. That's manipulation. Okay, first of all, I don't care how you dress this up. It's manipulation because the ideal of marriage is I'm gonna give you my best and you're gonna give me your best regardless of what's going on. This I'm only because you did this and I'm gonna feel this way. No, stop falling for this.
No, you're switching my words up. What I said was, if he does something, if he romances my mind by doing things that I like, because I'm gonna do the same for him, because that's called pursuing him and him pursuing me. Then I'm gonna pursue him in a way that he wants to be pursued as well. That's the problem why sex stopped, because y'all stop pursuing y'all women, but then y'all start pursuing these side chicks and thinking,
no,
I'm hearing it. I hear what she's saying.
Well, Jonathan, I think Jonathan heard her though. I got a feeling he did. I could be bugging. TJ says with the $5, you brothers are missing what she's saying. She not saying she denying. Y'all listening with y'all feelings. Jonathan, what's your take before Uncle Rick and John and Kasim get back in?
I mean, I think in general, all the married guys, Kasim, John the Baptist, everybody who's been in relationships or married, I think they're right. I've married, divorced. I got a girl now, but I think they're using the wrong thing as far as scheduling. It's not really a scheduling. John, he talked about how he worked 80 hours. Yo, I'm at work right now. I work same amount, crazy hours. But when you get home, you got kids, you got to handle business, you got to cut the grass, you got this, she's got to take care of kids. After a while, sex, even though it's important, you begin to, for those long-lasting relationships, the marriage and the things that's supposed to be done and working together and building the relationship, those are the highlights, are the important things. Now, yes, you try and get busy, you want to, but I don't think it's not, we got to schedule sex. We have to take care of things. And if I want some, I'm going to get some. Or if I got to hit my girl up, yo, it's Freaky Friday, this Friday. And we kind of do that fun little whatever. I think that's what they're talking about. But so it's not like I gotta put down, okay, in these next 2 weeks, we gotta spend time and we're gonna have sex. Nah. You move according to how life presents itself. And if you recognize that we might be lacking in this area, you do things that will spark that again. It's not, and I think sometimes we as men, we go, I feel you, Trey, but we kind of get to the extreme as if, yo, we still 21 and we smashing multiple Johns like all the time. And you get that feeling of the next one and the next one and the next one. And that's supposed to translate to a marriage. That feeling is nah. So yeah, we want to have multiple Johns. Yeah, facts. But you're not gonna get that in. Oh, I can't have sex with my. No, you can have sex, but it just has to look different. That's all. I think that's what they're trying to say. And maybe I might be wrong. I don't know.
It seems sound. Before we get everybody in, Lauren Mack with the $5 says, "Facts, Isha. They love saying manipulation like it's not a loving exchange." Oh, wait, one more. Gunny J. Wells with the $10. The married guys on the panel are failing miserably, guys.
Wow.
With their explanations. They make marriages sound like slavery. How about some positives of marriage instead of trying to explain scheduled box?
Yo, when you get
scheduled box is still better than not getting any at all. A lot of guys.
I thought that was the subject we was discussing. My apologies.
I did too. Now, if you want to go in that lane, we go in that lane too.
Can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I thought that's what we was on too.
No, well, yeah, we was talking.
I thought we was lasering down on the topic, but shit, what do I know?
I don't know what he's trying to say. I don't know. So What do y'all think about what Jonathan said?
I think it's fair. I think it's fair what he said. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody getting hung up on the word schedule, and I understand. Right? It's more like we make time for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It sounds like spontaneous planning. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, there's no actual plan in the calendar, but you guys are still planning out when you're going to have sex.
I mean, so anytime you schedule with a woman, I expect to have sex. Anytime me and my woman go out on a date, so am I scheduling sex when I do that because I'm planning a date night with my woman?
If that's the expectation,
then that's manipulation. Then that's manipulation too.
Oh, so no, but what happens? But what happens if y'all want to plan a date night?
Is that what we doing here?
Well, that's what they. Go ahead.
No, but what happens if y'all trying to get things together for the week and boom, the babysitter's like, hey, you know what? Instead, I can't babysit on Wednesday. I can babysit, on Saturday. Wouldn't you not communicate that with your wife? Just by like, okay, the babysitter, she can't do Wednesday, but she can do Saturday. All right, so then let's I got something planned for us. I booked our favorite table at our restaurant, and that whole night's gonna be about us. That can be like some sort of planning and scheduling too as well. So I think probably I said it wrong, and it came off as being a hard scheduling, like you got a calendar and you put in a date, but it can be spontaneous too as well.
Okay, all right. Well, Hood Mystic is almost back, so he can get on niggas about what he deems a simp is based on scheduling. What do y'all think?
What the fuck is he gonna say anything about somebody simping and shit? He's a passenger.
Well, he almost back. How y'all feel about this though? Before Hood Mystic come back, you hear all the talking points, right? About what women should do, what men are, etc., etc. I'm saying you got to be qualified to use talking points. So if you got a 500 credit score, nigga, shut the fuck up. If you a fat stinking nigga, shut your fucking mouth. Is that fair? Don't you got to qualify to use these talking points?
If you're not getting the results, yeah.
I think it's weird.
But not even that, John. But Jonathan, not even that. Like, if you a fat stinking nigga, stop using talking points, nigga.
I think it's weird for people to use perceptions and points that they don't live by. That's
what I'm saying. But Uncle Rick, before that, I'm talking about, here's how you qualify to use talking points. Like something as simple as that, nigga. If you don't show it, if your results ain't there, to your point, stop using them shits. You feel what I'm saying? I guess you're right. Like if your life don't reflect it, type shit. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it could get frustrating, especially if you older, right? And you've been through some things, and then you're looking at the younger cats, and they just get reckless at their mouth and their ideas, and you're just sitting back. It's like, just keep living. I'll check you out in 10, 15 years.
He back. Hood Mystic in the building. Hood Mystic, you all right?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I see your subscribers don't like the truth. It's all good though.
What you mean? Hank just said, how you gonna live by them talking points and you not driving right now?
Cause I'm on the live and my wife decided to drive while I did the live. I know she did. I know she decided. I see that I was on live. I said, babe, would you mind to drive? You interrupted me while I'm talking. Like that don't even matter. What I'm saying is I drive 99% of the time. Y'all was doing the live. I said, babe, do you mind driving while I do the live? So it's not a valid point. It's not a valid point. What she's gonna do. Listen, you be like dudes with deep voices acting like they get over there. You heard what she said. Deep voice, bro. You just got a deep voice, bro. You gonna be saying that? You got a pink phone? God damn, you need to turn the camera on, dog, while you ahead. Yeah, go on, turn the camera on. Because ain't nothing magic about what you talking about. You got a goddamn pink phone. You on the passenger side. She told you she was going to drive. You playing 99% of the time that you drive. No, you don't know. You sit down to pee as well, don't you? I understand. Listen, bro, just because I got a valid point and now you want to talk
don't have a
about
valid
me,
point, dog. You talk about masculinity.
it don't remove my point. That's all I'm gonna say. And when I start talking and you start interrupting me, it don't remove the validity of my point. I will never talk bad about you. I will only talk about the points that's being discussed. That's what makes me superior to you in this conversation. You ain't saying nothing about my point. You're always talking about me where I'm sitting at my car. Like that's my point. You saying I don't live how I'm living. I'm telling you, to get a woman on your team, you got to be in your masculine energy. You think that you can get a woman on your team being in your feminine energy? You got it.
What's masculine about your energy, bro?
Deep voice, feminine simp. That's what you are. That's what you are. You got a deep voice.
Wow.
Feminine as hell. You don't even know what the hell I'm talking about, but you
got a struggle beard.
I don't got shit to say
about it. You got a feminine voice. You got a pink phone, and you're on the passenger side. You talk about masculinity. You got everything to your wife.
This is my wife's phone, bro. My phone's not pink because I'm talking on my phone.
Fine,
you don't even make sense, bro. You sound crazy, bro.
I know you're on the passenger side.
What about? All right. Let me swap.
I heard her. She was standing up for your weak ass.
All right. Damn. Now let's argue the point.
You can take me out.
Man up.
Hood Mystic. Kasim was the main. Fuck it. Kasim was the main one that mentioned scheduling. Please give your summary on what scheduled sex is, does, and says about the people who are scheduling it.
Because when you talk about sex, it is a spontaneous thing. Like his wife has sex, not his wife particularly, like all of our wives have had sex before with another man and they did not have to schedule it. So when we talk about sex, it's a spontaneous thing. And if you ever want your wife to view you as a sexual desirable person, you cannot schedule it. You have to inspire her to be spontaneous. How do you do that? By being the best version of yourself every single day. Like, and doing everything that you need to do as a man, because your wife is the person that's watching you 24/7 and basically will deduce what type of man you are and then say, you know what? You really are a bitch. I'm gonna stop giving you pussy. So you like, well, can I please have pussy? She like, we gonna schedule it every Friday. And you gonna be like, okay. That's you like a major representation of simp culture. Like you have to literally state your claim, dominate, and dominate yourself, be the man that you're supposed to be, and then from that point, your wife will treat you the way that you treat yourself. So usually in these long-term relationships, a woman gets to know a man and sees the type of man that he is and will treat him accordingly. That's what men are experiencing if they got a schedule.
With all due respect, Mr. Hood Mystic, when you're in a marriage, a long-term relationship for a long time, and you're leading the way that you're leading, you're doing what you have to do. My girl can leave and walk out whenever she wants to. She ain't got no shackles around her wrists and around her ankles, and ain't no bars on these damn amazing tall ass fucking windows right here. Right? I move according to the way I move. She chooses to stay. She can move however she wants to move, right? But there's going to be a line into what I'm about and what I'm doing. And at any given point, she can choose not to stay anymore. I do understand the nature of men and the nature of women, particularly when they get older. I'm not deceiving myself as far as what my biology is and what my body is going to do. I'm 52 years old, fam. I know when I got to a certain point in my life, my body started to change. It started to do certain things, and I accepted that. I might not be as potent as I was like in my 20s, but I am doing something for her to continue to stay. And I'm not ignorant of the fact that because of her biology, that her body is going to change, right? And if I want to continue to lead, and she wants to continue to stay in this particular unit, right? Then I have to understand that there are certain ways that we got to to change in order to keep going. And I don't dismiss that fact. I don't dismiss the fact that people get old and people's bodies changes. And with that change, we change in our perspective too. And I don't hold that against her. Right. So as a man, I'm doing whatever it is that I have to do. But I also have an amazing woman that has provided a lot of good things in my life. And I appreciate what she's done. And she brings a lot of value to my life. And I don't take that for granted. I know there ain't a lot of girls out here like that could do what my girl has done for me, that continues to do for me. And I take care and I nourish that. Right. So that's just my whole point, fam.
But what does what you had to say and all that you said have anything to do with sexual desire, right? And in a long-term relationship outside of anecdotes, right? Because
I know, I'm going to tell you, because you only been in it 8 years, fam. I've been in it like twice as much as you, right? So just like I was saying, when you was locked up in the bathroom, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just going to sit back and wait. I'm like, okay, I'll see you another 10 to 15 years and see if you're still on that same energy. I bet you 9 times out of 10 you won't, but you'll figure it out. But you'll figure out a way to keep that dynamic between you and your wife. If you want her to stay with you, you will figure that out.
Okay. Chirac, what's popping?
What up, my guy?
Everything's everything, my G. What did you want to comment on?
Man, on the situation or with the scheduled box is crazy, right?
Why you say that?
Hey, because I've been with my lady for almost 17 years since we've been some jits in high school and shit. And we got 3 kids, right? Mm-hmm. And I ain't had to schedule no box in 16 years. I never have to schedule box. Like, we both work. We know when we off. We know when it's time to put them to sleep. And we know when, it's time to get it cracking. I don't understand this schedule box theory. Like, maybe I'm gonna sit back a little bit more to I guess observe what y'all saying right now, but it don't seem that hard. And I got a full house. 2 little ones, 8, 6, and a 16-year-old. And the box is just ready whenever I'm.
Young blood, what you just sit there and said almost sound like scheduled box, because you put them to bed, and we know after bed, then there's a chance we gonna get it cracking, right?
Right. It's like, yeah, and then
could you almost define it as like scheduled box though?
No.
It's like that ain't the only box though. I think that it's 50-50. Like, I get what you're saying. It's like 50-50 because you know when it's coming. But it's like say for instance, I get off work a little early. If I get off work a little early, soon as I come in the house, I'm knocking it down. If the kids ain't here, we knocking it down. So it's like scheduled, but it's not scheduled. So I get what you're saying. That's why I said I want to observe a little bit more, because if I got to put a time on it, it's kind of like.
You're not putting the time on it.
That's what it is.
I think we're confusing relationships with long-term marriages. They don't work the same.
No, but he's been with the woman for how many years though?
What's a long-term?
No, I'm not actually disagreeing with Chirac, because what Chirac is actually saying sounds a lot like a long-term marriage.
What's a long-term?
It is.
Yeah, correct. So Chirac ain't saying nothing different than what me and Rick was saying. I mean, anything the married man was. Go ahead. Somebody else. Go ahead and get in.
Real quick, John, you good? No, you can finish. I just want to clarify the point. What Chirac is saying is not scheduling, right? They have an expectation. That's the difference. He has control over that. So she knows if he get home early and she in that kitchen, she gonna get picked up and put on the couch. That's not the same as Friday at 9 p.m. once the kids go to sleep, I'm getting some buns. He making that shit happen when he want it. And having sex in front of the kids don't work when they get 6, 8, and 10. At 1, you can do that maybe, but at 6, you can't do that shit.
But the first example he gave to me,
yes, sir,
a little bit sound like scheduled sex. He said, once we know we put the kids down, we know it's home.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what,
okay. Does that
what I'm
have
so
the
are you
line
guys
of schedule?
no, it's an expectation. That's so Hank, I'm not trying to play semantics at all. I'm just saying the expectation is when the kids ain't in the way, so he can get some cheeks whenever. But you can't get no cheeks in front of the kids. You just can't.
Right.
So
that's
to say you.
And let's say this, like I'm a truck driver, so I got to get up early, about 2-3 in the morning, right? Get going.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of the night when I'm asleep, I might feel some sloppy, some wet coming down, while I'm asleep.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
I
like
think
that.
the point is you're more so just utilizing the convenience and the time of day. If you have time between 4 and 6 because kids are now doing sports, that's the time you're going to use. If the time when they were babies is to do it at night or early in the morning, then that's time you're going to use. But
that's why I agree with Hank when he say that's kind of scheduled. It's 50-50, but like Hemp said, when I get home, I'm taking it down wherever she at. She in the laundry room, I'm taking her down the laundry room. She ain't like it's nothing scheduled about that.
That sounds like y'all getting there whenever y'all.
I gotta get it between practices. We don't practice 4 and 6.
That ain't a
schedule. That's your schedule. Or my schedule says it.
I mean, if I'm only hitting it when it's time for practice, then it becomes scheduled. But I'm not only hitting it, like he said, it's an expectation. But whenever we got a crease, we take advantage of each crease.
When you got kids, you got to.
You got to, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Everything Chirac is saying. Everything Chirac is. Oh, somebody else talking.
That's why I wanted to interject, because y'all been using this centered around kids. But if you have no kids in the house and you both are just working busy, there's people who still schedule quote unquote sex. Like, hey, we're doing this Wednesday at such and such time after we do work or whatever.
That's a different scenario then.
Yeah, that's crazy.
For the most part, y'all been including kids in marriage like it's synonymous with each other, but they're not.
Most time it is though, Sway.
I think it's supposed to be.
Sway, the reason why we've been using marriage and kids.
The problem, Hink, is because you guys are using long-term marriage, right? And if you're talking about long-term, then it's not, because kids shouldn't be in the house for the rest of your life. My grandparents don't have kids in the house.
Nigga, how old is you starting to make kids, though?
If you'd have heard earlier, though, that's okay. So what we've been saying throughout the whole conversation is it's mostly been married men talk with kids who's been talking about the situation.
How old are your kids, John?
27 and 21.
God damn, John.
Are they in your house?
One of them. So I was using experiences when my kids were younger. I've been talking about. Now that my kids, I actually said it earlier, now that my kids are older, we don't have this issue like we did 10 years ago.
Yeah, John said that earlier.
Did say that.
So the reason why this all came up was because what the fuck were we talking about, Q? I feel like this is a tangent that's cool, but overall, the hypocritical advice, and I guess it went down the road of more than one woman, more than one wife, and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we started off. Yeah,
and how sex is so much of an issue. And Uncle Rick was basically saying, if you ain't ready to go through this type of shit, don't get married.
Don't get married.
But then people with ears is like, yo, why the fuck would I get married after listening to this shit?
Mm-hmm.
If you heard, or does it need to be more like what Hood Mystic's saying is you control that environment, so you ain't dealing with shit like this.
What Hood Mystic would make, what he's saying, let me see what he's going to say 15, 20 years from now. Yeah, if he's saying the same thing 15 to 20 years from now, then he can write a book and teach me something.
But what I know
after 28 years, what I'm saying after 28 years, you still a man, you still control, you still leading your family, still leading your wife, but as a man, you're balancing so much other stuff. Sex is not the only thing that you're balancing.
I don't know, niggas will go out and find some pussy though. Niggas will somehow balance a prostitute in that bitch.
I was about to say,
that was the other guy's point. Then if you're not going for it, then don't do it.
Well, what I'm saying is
billion-dollar companies, and they find time for sex.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm not saying sex is not part of your life. I'm not saying that you got to put it in the back burner. I'm not saying put it in the back burner. I'm just saying that if you're trying to do it right, not counting about dudes who won't step out. I'm saying if you're trying to do it right, you're gonna be balancing a bunch of things in a marriage. And if you don't want to balance a bunch of things in a marriage and not step outside the marriage, then don't get married. Just stay single and do what you're gonna do.
So where does sex come on the priority list then? Of all the things you balancing in your marriage, where does sex?
What's high? It's up there. It's up there. It's always going to be
top 5.
It's always going to be top 3.
Top 3, fam. Top 3.
It may rotate around that top 3.
It may rotate around, but it's going to be in that 3.
Yeah, okay. I'm good on marriage.
Trey,
if I was, go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious to know because I'm here. I think I'm hearing something a little bit different. So Trey, are you over or under the age of 40?
Under.
Sway, are you over or under the age of 40?
Over.
Under.
You're over the age of. He's
under. Yeah.
Chirac done stepped off. It
he
sounds
under.
like. Yeah, sounds like what.
Yeah, but I'm 49. I'm y'all's elder. Chill out.
Is two different conversations, generational conversations, maybe, because the older guys are taking the stance of this is what this looks like and commitment to one woman. The younger guys are saying if that's not happening and you're not in control, then this is how you need to move, because that's not okay. So it's not like you have somebody in the younger generation saying something that one of the older heads is saying, or you have one of the older heads saying what somebody in the younger side is saying. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes.
I would say that Gen Zs, Gen X's, older men have led younger men astray in how to deal with women, be faithful to one woman, cater to one woman, and men have tried that, millennial men have tried that, and it has not worked for us like it worked for them. And I don't think it worked for them, but they can only purport their rhetoric like it worked. But at the end of the day, they're on this app saying that they're not getting the sex that they want from their wife and how cool it is. But if I'm 50 and I want to have sex like I want to have sex, and my wife is saying I don't want to have sex, I think we should schedule it, then that's a problem.
No one is saying that, Mr. No one is saying that, Mr.
They already have set up the standard to be a beta in their relationship.
Let them have the talking points, man.
No one is saying that, Mr. No one is saying that.
Can I ask the question to the married guys?
Yeah, let Trey ask the question.
Are you married guys? Are you saying that you guys are not getting married with the intention or the thought process of having regular routine? Routine's a bad word, but regular sex, like the whole. To me, I would think that you get married to one woman because you want the access to the sex often, very often, like a lot. And to hear you guys say, well, it's kind of scheduled, we kind of get it in around the kids. It's like, well, why would I get married? I could do that with a side piece.
I'll quickly answer, then the guys can answer. So yes, Trey. So when I first met my wife, she would come over on Thursdays and Sundays because I had other chicks on the other days. And I said, hey, you real how you come over on Thursday and Sunday? Why you think that is, right? I'm being dead serious, right? Like I'm joking with it, but it was a true thing, back then. I said, yo, you got to do the job of however many women this is, right? And they agree and they go through the motions, right? But then once people get locked in, motherfuckers will hit you with a honey bun. You know what I'm saying? I hate honey buns. That's why I use that terminology, So no, motherfuckers ain't coming in here like, yeah, I'm a jerk off 2 days a week and then get cheeks once every 2 weeks. No, nobody's going in and saying that shit. And now it's an acceptable loss, I think, is what we're hearing, right? Because
is it acceptable if they cheat?
No, sorry, motherfuckers accept it, but then they be like, I gotta find this satisfaction somewhere else. I'm speaking for the majority. That's what I'm speaking for.
So I would answer the question by saying, when you first come into a marriage, no one comes to the idea that we're not gonna have sex. I think you come into the idea come into marriage thinking we're gonna have sex. But I also think we can also know that when I came into a marriage, I went only just thinking sex. and I can say this at 21 years old. I was actually at 21 thinking about how I was going to be a dad, how I was going to be a husband, how I was going to raise my family. I'm thinking about all this at 21 years old. Also thinking how I'm going to get my family from point A to point B. So there's a come in when you come in, but no one comes in saying I'm not going to have sex. No, I'm thinking at 20, I'm thinking I'm going to have sex. At 30, I want to have sex. At 40, I want to have sex. And at 50 and 60, I'm going to want to have sex. That's always going to be an option through marriage. The question is, how does it look throughout the stages of life? The question that we're talking about. It changes. That's all I'm trying to say. That the longer you stay with somebody, the older you get, it's always on the table to have, but how it looks changes. And if you think it don't change the older you get, you're lying to yourself.
Is the scheduling centered around kids?
I've never scheduled sex.
So you think it's
okay? Let me tell you, I lie when I say I've never scheduled. What I'm saying is, okay, so we might say we're gonna do a weekend getaway. That's scheduling, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But then if I'm in the mood, I'm in the mood. It happens.
Okay.
Right. You're not necessarily chained into that schedule. Obviously, as men, we're looking for that spontaneity, right? So if today is fucking Monday, and I plan a dinner date at a restaurant on Saturday, right? Obviously, I'm going to try to make my move on that Saturday. But hey, if Wednesday I come up from behind her while she's cooking, it's the same thing, right?
Yo, we making this marriage shit sound crazy. I ain't gonna hold y'all.
It is crazy. It
is.
My bad. Go ahead, yeah.
No, you. I mean, I think.
No, but
I'm getting this. Hey, Kasim, real quick. I'm getting this feeling, man. I don't know why.
I don't backpedal. No, I don't backpedal. I run it up, fam. No, but I think it's important for us men to have. But I don't backpedal. No, but for real though, I think it's important for us to have these conversations.
But it just seem, you know, like this nigga's scared. I don't know, man. I'm just
look, Ham. I talked to my Ham. I got 3 boys, man. 27, 25, and 23. From my experience, I let them know, like, listen, this is what the real deal is. Right? I let them know from my experience, straight to the facts and to the points, and then they can make up their mind whether it's for them or not. But when happen they get to my age, God willing, they cannot say my dad didn't tell them or they didn't know that he was gonna be it like this.
So who's consistently scheduling sex with no children in the house?
I'm not.
Nobody.
So the scheduling is all centered around if you have children or not.
No, it depends upon what you're doing in your career.
We already established
how busy y'all are.
We already established our kids are the issue. But I'm trying to understand this because to a single man's ears, when I'm hearing from y'all, it sounds like everything about getting married to a woman, it's all fading. Her beauty fades, her youth fades, her everything fades. And then we talk about the sex, everything fades. Why would I sign up for that?
Let me get Jonathan in.
If I know it's a losing effort in the end, and it's never going to be what it was, why would I sign up to do that?
Facts, because that's not the goal. I think we're looking at sex and marriage and fading and this fading as no, it's a journey. You just don't want to do the journey with somebody. Yo, remember that movie The Butler? Where they were sitting at the table at the end and they was about to go to church and she died. You think they were trying to have sex or they were so focused on sex? It was stages in their life, in their marriage, where other things were the priority. So everything fades, everything comes to an end, whatever. And it's all really about the journey. And if you don't want to do the journey, cool. But for me, yo, I was married before. I got a girl, but I don't have no problems with her getting sex whenever I want. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think they're saying scheduling. They're talking about the things that come up in life.
Jonathan,
and
let me
those
ask you,
might be the priority at that time, more so than you busting a nut.
let me ask you this. Do you need the marriage to have the journey? Could you have the journey with a woman and never be married?
No, you could stay single. You don't need a marriage.
And you could still have the same journey with a woman?
Yes.
She's pretty much a free agent.
So why get married?
She's a free agent.
So, yeah. So,
hang on. In the United States of America, we're all free agents. You can leave anytime you want to. No fault divorce, sir. No fault divorce in America. Anybody can leave for any reason at any time.
I'm gonna just Trey. Hold on. To Trey, to your point, Trey. You don't have to get married. If that's the question that you're asking, no, you don't have to get married. You don't have to.
No, that's not what I'm asking. He said it's a journey. I'm asking him, the same journey that you're taking with your wife, could another man take a journey with a woman and not be married to her?
And I'm saying to your question, you can have a journey and not get married. You don't have to get married. You don't have to get
you can
married.
have the same journey, Trey. You can have the same journey. Yes.
I don't know if it'll be the same journey, but you can have a journey.
It'll be different.
I won't say it'll be the same, but you can have a journey with
it. Be different. Hink's journey is different from yours. But I'm just asking, if Hink was like me and decided he didn't want to get married, could he go on a journey? And y'all are saying, yeah, he could go on a journey too.
Yeah, I'm not. Correct. I think you can go on a journey.
Real quick now, this is why Q and I with Keisha essentially had this topic come about, because we be saying a lot of contradictory shit, right? And Keisha was asking her questions from a frame of, from religion to what we should perpetuate to the nuclear family, etc. So what journey are we gonna tell Trey he can go on without marrying a woman?
Well, so here, the reason why I say it that way, because Trey in his mind is dead set against marriage. He's not operating on the base of religion. So based on I mentioned Trey's question based on his frame of reference and how he sees the world. Because we all had conversations with Trey. We know what he believes. We know what he thinks. He know what we think, what we believe.
What outcome?
Hold on, Sway. Now, here's what I take issue with though. I don't give a fuck what Trey he think. Trey is not an idiot. Trey can learn. So why are we assuming that we can't change his mind with things that may resonate? Not to say I don't give a fuck what Trey think, but just saying.
No, that's fair. If it makes sense, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm gonna say this to Trey, and I'm gonna be as open and honest and transparent as possible. I will say that a man can have a nice, loving, healthy, long-term relationship with a woman. You can do that in a marriage, or you can find a woman that's down with your program. She doesn't want to have any kids. She doesn't want to get married, and she knows what she's getting into, and you guys can have something like that. Now, based upon the dynamic of your relationship might be just as good as people that were married for 15, 20 years, right? That depends on you and what you want to make it. I have met a lot of friends here in New York City, that have been in, long-term relationships, and they were not married, and they were just as happy. So yes, you can have a nice, healthy, long-term relationship with a woman, but as long as you put that up front, and if she's looking for that, yeah, you can have that. Listen, I'm a big proponent. I believe that men and women, or two people are happier, together. And there's a lot that you can gain from her experience. There's a lot that she can gain from your experience. And it's a really awesome thing, right? So I think you can have something nice and healthy and good that works for you, but you got to be able to have those standards and then meet someone that's willing to do that and then go about your journey your own individual way.
So I'm not very religious either. I personally believe getting married is great, just centered around children, or if you're trying to build something with the individual outside of yourselves. Like, I'm not speaking religiously. This is practically, that's fine. But to Trey, it's more so about what outcomes do you want? And, I think for the most part, these guys are saying you don't necessarily need to be in a marriage to get the outcomes you want, but you don't also necessarily need to run. You don't need shoes to run, but they help. You know what I mean? A lot of times people, my dad, he says when raising kids, do it in a marriage, because it definitely helps you guys stay together long term than you having a fractured household and now you're doing it in two different households. And that's his advice. That's what I've heard from a lot of different married people. That, hey, if you want to raise kids doing it in a marriage, it'll keep you together longer for a multitude of reasons, and we can go down that list. But for the most part, the sentiment is, yes, you can run, but shoes help you do that. And there's marriage is the shoes.
I like that.
All right.
I think we live in a mentality now, in a society now, where I think men and women both do this. I think we look for outcomes that's protected, that's gonna have guarantees in them, written inside of them. And I don't think you're gonna find anything in life that has a foolproof guarantee in it. So I chose to go to a marriage route. I think chose marriage and religion was best for me. That's what I used. That's what I choose to live by. I wish everybody would, but I don't think everybody will. What I wish would happen though is that we would start making these decisions looking for foolproof guarantees.
Can I guarantee that I'll never get divorced if I don't get married?
You can.
You can.
But I heard you wrong. I'm sorry. I heard you wrong. Can you guarantee?
Can I guarantee that I'll never get divorced if I don't get married? Is that 100%?
You can't get
See, here's the thing. I don't have anything against marriage. I've seen marriages work well. I have family members who have been married for 50 plus years. I know that it works, but I just think that we talk about risk. We're not talking about just any old risk, especially not for men who actually have resources and have worked hard to get things. We ain't talking about no little itty bitty tiny little bit of risk. We're talking about destroying men type of risk.
It is.
And to me, the positives, depending on what you value in life, don't outweigh the negatives, right? If I don't value cooking and cleaning from a woman, what do I need her for? Cook my own food, clean my own house. I don't need her for that. So what role does she play in my life that I would need to marry her for? And if I wanted to go out and go have more kids, yeah, that makes more sense, right? I agree.
Yeah, I'm mute. You got some feedback.
Two-parent households, the stats are in, the numbers don't lie. I'm not going to argue that point, right? But if you're a man who's not looking to build a family, what's marriage going to do? Why I could have the same exact relationship with a woman that guys who are married that don't have kids have, and it's the same deal. The same way you can take care of your wife, I can take care of her. My daughter's mom is still on my life for sure. She's a beneficiary. She's still taken care of. I can do everything that y'all do without getting married. There's literally a document that is equal or comparative to every document that you would have in a marriage. Literally everyone. So that's what I'm trying to gain some understanding, and not in a, I don't want to be antagonistic, but I'm trying to understand this marriage thing, and I'm trying to understand it from men. I don't want to hear from women. I'm trying to understand it from men and try to get me to explain it. But the more and more y'all talk, the more and more I'm like, oh hell no, I ain't doing this shit.
Let me read these super chats real quick. KG.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I only got a few. KG with the $2 says Shalom Ak was popping. Ash A with the $5 says Kasim being real. Do your men play sports at the level you did at 19? Jonathan is right. Trey, marriage is a different kind of commitment. Mark G with the $5 was popping. I met multiple Muslim men and their families, and they have a lot more happiness and family structure than monogamous families. They laugh at monogamy. Hood Mystic with the $2. Men are polygamous all over the. Go ahead, Hank.
No, I just think that Trey's looking at it strictly all from the negative side of marriage. There are some good things about marriage. Whether it's all about are you willing to accept that or not.
Like what?
That's what he's asking for.
Oh, okay, calm down. I got y'all. So one of the things is, man, I said earlier, she's a free agent. You know what I'm saying? So now she could just get up and move without no restrictions, no consequences. Then you said, oh, well, she could no fault divorce. Well, goddamn. Well, yeah, then she could leave, but there's still going to be a consequence to her leaving. She's breaking up a home. That's a consequence. She could just leave and have no really ties to hold her back, or even think about hold her back if you're not married. Well, again, she could go out there and find a different trade who's more feel like the grass is green on the other side and get you without no consequence. Like I said, she could keep it moving. But I understand if that's not what you want to do, it's not what you want to do. Because I don't think you see any value in another woman. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, the issue is that I'm being told that it's a risk, and I agree that it is a risk. But then I'm also being told not to evaluate the risk properly, and I'm being told that I'm being negative. Well, if it's a risk, then I have a responsibility to evaluate the risk and make a decision. That's a part of risk management. Risk management. Anybody who's ever worked in risk management, that's all you do is think of the worst case scenarios. Literally all you do. So you can't tell me that you're going to get into this relationship
prior to marriage. She's not entitled to, right?
Say that one more time.
Any marital property that you have, she's not entitled to unless you put her name on the deed and then she has a say-so on it. She's not entitled to nothing. If I have a home, I had a home before I got married, she's not entitled to that home. She has no say-so on that home.
Yeah, if you do the proper paperwork, yes, of course.
I don't have to do no proper paperwork.
Well, it depends on jurisdiction. It depends on which state. Because if it's the family home, if that home becomes a family home, that home is up for grabs, sir.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. In the state of Kentucky, she had no say-so on a home that I had prior to we get married. She had no say-so. And she helped make the house payments. She helped invest into that. But she had no say-so. We lived in it for 5 years before I got my current home that I'm living in now. She had no say-so.
So can anybody else give an example as to why a man who do not want children should marry a woman?
So what, Trey? Well, let me just clarify one point. Cyrac, you can jump right in. Everybody mute too. We getting some feedback. Hink, the way he can combat that point is there's a piece of paperwork out there, regardless of marriage, that can do those same things for that woman in that instance. So he's trying to figure out some benefits that outweigh the risk. And right now, based on our conversation, he has none.
Well, it sounds like the reason why he's afraid to lose things and stuff that he accumulated over his time period. So certain things she's not entitled to prior to y'all getting married. That's what I'm saying. So if that's one of your drawbacks, right? That's one of your negatives is if something happened and she leaves you and she takes half your stuff, certain things she's not entitled to. So you won't lose those things. Like any monies that you have accumulated that you have. I don't agree with this, but if you have a separate account that her name is not on, and you can prove this was the balance prior to y'all getting married, she's not entitled to that. In the state of Kentucky. Now I don't know about your state, Trey. In the state of Kentucky, she's not entitled to that. As long as I got proof showing how much money I had prior to marriage. Now, any marital assets we had together, the day I signed the marriage certificate, she's entitled to.
All right, so yeah, I understand that, but we've known people that amass wealth and still lose that wealth from a woman they married after they gotten it, right? So I don't know if that's going to be a convincing point of the positives, right? So Chirac, are you married?
Yeah, I've been married for a while. I got a little input.
Okay.
So what I think is something that convince you is like, first of all, I think when you with a woman for a long time and y'all ain't got no commitment to each other as far as marriage, it's like putting up 50 at the YMCA or putting up 50 at the preseason game and the season ain't started yet. 50 really don't mean nothing in my opinion. It really don't mean nothing. But to me, when it comes to Trey, it seemed like he ain't meant or being able to nurture a female and bring her up from a stage where he can see something beautiful coming from the situation. Because if you meeting somebody at an older age and you meet them right there at that point, it don't seem like you can find something in them or y'all can pull something out of each other to watch each other grow. Like, for instance, I went from being a young grass cutter to being an entrepreneur as far as truck driving, but we watched each other grow from 18 to almost 35 now. It's like when you watering the plant, then opposed to buying the plant from the hardware store. So I think the beautiful thing is when you watching your family, you got a young boy at the crib, you got a young girl, and you trying to teach both of them what they supposed to do in life. Supposed to have some type of honor towards life. And if I'm raising a young girl, she's 16, and she's seeing me treat her mom a certain way, marry her mom. Go ahead.
Wait, Sway. Hold on. I'm trying to bounce around to the married guy, and you gotta echo too. But so no, not you. Sway has echo. So yeah, if you unmute, you can hear it. You were good, Chirac.
Right.
So Chirac, here's where we combat that. Trey got a kid. If the kids aren't a part of the equation, where's the value?
That's what I'm saying. I believe that it ain't no value when it's no kid. If you catch a woman at an early age, I believe that's when it's a value, when or a point where she's not already married, divorced, stuff like that. And it seemed like, I don't know what age Trey is, but he looked like he may be in his 30s or so. It's hard to find a woman later on in life that you can find a value. So I'm searching for value.
So for
Trey about 50.
Trey, so with Trey, would you say don't do it then?
No, I would say if he find a woman that's childless and they can make a child together and they can still grow, I think it's something there. That's why I think it's still something there for him. And as far as if you got a mentality towards generations and showing somebody something, but I don't think you got a mentality towards that. I've been watching for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants. I don't know if he wants a consolation prize, Chirac. I think that's where we might come with a hang up. He don't want no consolation like feel good prize. He wants some tangible profitability in marrying a woman. Sway, what are you trying to say?
That's a good word, tangible.
Yeah.
No
Trey, I
children.
want to know too, and I'm married. Go ahead, Trey. Go ahead, Sway.
No children is we keep getting hung up on including children and
yeah, no children.
If you got to be able to articulate why we should do it with no kids. If I was a 50-year-old dude with 3 kids already and I don't want kids anymore, why should I marry a woman?
Yeah,
I would say don't. Like I said, I have my oldest son, 27.
Okay.
He met Dominican girl when he was over in Japan, and he was like, I'm thinking about marrying this girl, and I met her parents and things like that, and I just sat him down. I just cut straight to the chase. I'm saying, listen, Eli, it's a lot of work, right? The longer you guys be together, some things are going to change within your dynamic. She's going to change and you're going to change, right? If you want to have children, then I recommend that you guys, do this. If you don't want to have children, then I recommend that you wait. And that would be my sentiment for you, Sway. If you do not want to have any children, I'd say don't get married. You can be in a nice, long-term, committed relationship with someone and enjoy all of those qualities that her femininity has to offer to your masculinity. That's not going to change with a piece of paper.
Okay, so I guess to get married, you should definitely center around children.
Well, we still got John and Hood Mystic to answer. John, did you answer?
So what's the question again?
What are the benefits of?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Put him in the fuck.
Hood Mystic, what say you?
What are the benefits of? Okay, go ahead.
John ain't paying attention, man.
I would say this. It's a relationship is fun. Like, I'm with my wife right now. We have a great day. We have a great life. And it's because I'm in my masculine energy and I enjoy myself and I've attracted her. I pull her into me. And it's all about being the best version of myself, having as much fun as I can and attracting my equal. And whether I'm married to her, whether we're married or single, long-term relationship is always going to resort to if you're in your dominance as a man. Like, to really fully enjoy a relationship is basically the goal that you get from a woman is sex. Like, we beat around the bush and we started this conversation off talking about sex. Sex is what you get. You get a woman that you can have sex with long-term where you don't have to be on dating apps. Like, everybody is not a player from the Himalayas and just having girls all around the town. Sometimes you just want one girl to hold you down, and that's what the benefit of a relationship is. Like, that's what we all trying to figure out when we first meet a girl. You got kids.
I just feel like sex is
you
standard,
got
dude.
kids because you've had sex with a woman. Like, as a man and a woman, and that dynamic of intimate relationships is all about sex and how you handle it, which reverts us back to the original conversation of scheduling a sexual escapade. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that just removes the whole thrill out the relationship, have you looking at things differently. And I also understand how men get into relationships with women and, they work together, they build together. But ultimately, what is like, if you already got your shit together, as Trey seems to have, I would say the benefit of a marriage would be having a divine sexual partner that matches your energy at the end of the day. Other than that, you can do everything in that relationship by yourself. You can't have sex by yourself, though, especially if you get 65, your looks fade away, and you want to have a sexual partner, but you haven't put in that work when you was looking good. It's going to be hard for you as an old man to have a girl that sincerely wants to have sex with you, right? That's what I would say.
Dog, why do you got to keep telling us about how masculine you are? Now I'm questioning if you even that, brother. I
didn't say I was masculine.
I don't.
Nothing that I said that I say I was masculine. I never said that I was masculine, and nothing that I said. I was answering the question.
Maybe I'm hearing things. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did say that you were masculine.
When? Like, no, that's not. I never said that. I never said that.
You never said that.
Yeah, you said you bring her into your energy. You said that like this time.
Oh, masculine.
If I'm a man, then that means I have masculine energy. Like, let's be clear.
You just said it. I bet you at the second later you're gonna say you didn't say it, right?
If I'm a man, that means I have masculine energy. So why would I say I have masculine energy when it's naturally implied?
I would think so, but you have to keep telling us about it, brother.
I feel like sex is naturally implied, and I don't go seeking it when I'm dealing with women. I feel like I seek it, and I just know sex is going to happen.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because if I'm dealing with her in a relationship or romantically or in that way, I mean, pretty much my intentions are known, and if they fuck with me, that's also known. If I fuck with them, that's also known, and sex is just what it is. But if I'm desiring a woman, or if I want to be with her consistently, I'm not thinking like, let me keep this chick around to get consistent box. I feel like I'm gonna get consistent box from whatever woman I deal with. It don't matter.
Yeah, we were saying at the beginning of the show, Sway, that men and women both have an inclination to fucking. So
I just feel I feel like you're gonna get
That's
if your girl fuck with you, she gonna give you coochie. If she want your thing, she gonna give it to you. If she don't fuck with you, she not
But
gonna
in
give
the conversation, all the men that have been in long-term relationships are saying that their wife is no longer giving them sex like they used to at the beginning.
That's cap. That's cap. That's cap, bro.
You don't listen. But anyway,
now, what I think he's trying to say, man, we get companionship out of our females too. Like my lady been my ace boon for a while now. I mean, you got your homies that you grow up with and all that. They'll cross you for this, maybe cross you for that. If it ain't big enough, you won't cut them off. But as far as your lady is concerned, you got companionship. You know what I'm saying?
Talking, man.
Like
you shut the fuck up.
She your friend. She a person you can talk to about finances, about everything in the book, and then you can lay up and smash her too. So I think overall we trying to say that you got a companionship in your woman too. That more than likely she ain't gonna cross you, because I believe in the Bible it say you leave your mother to cling on to your wife and husband. You know what I mean? That's what I believe. So companionship, bro.
Lauren with the $10 says, "Hey yo, drop Hood Mystic so they can go in the house. Looks chilly where he at, wasting gas." Hood Mystic can come back at 627. As Abe with the $5 says, "Step back. Are women discouraging marriage? Wonder what system has black men outwardly stating they do not want marriage. The oppressor is winning, y'all." One thing I took away from what Mystic said specifically is sex. I don't just for instance, you can't grape your wife or your husband. you can grape your girlfriend though, right? So the assumption of sex is there, right? That's a fact, right? So just saying, I'm considering what he's saying. See, I'm not sitting here trying to just say everybody's wrong, right? So I'm just listening to what he's saying. I don't know if y'all got that. That point is different in a marriage. For me, I think most of it is what Chirac said, is sentimental. But for somebody who's skeptical, I don't know if that's going to be a point that's going to push them over the other edge.
I just
You
feel
know
like
what I'm saying?
legally that's not. Is legally that's true?
Hold on, Sway. Yes, legally that's true. Yep. Legally, that's why I was saying it. What? You can grape your wife?
Mm-hmm.
What?
There's a law against that.
No, I've never seen it.
You can end up on the sex offender registry for that within a marriage.
I just feel like when the world we live right now, that's very hard to believe.
Yeah, but law's been on the books, right? But let's look it up. Let's see
that name of that in the super chat. Well, put grape after it though.
What?
Well, look, the thing about it, I'm gonna try to go somewhere different. I wasn't expecting that hand.
Well, hold on. Before I finish, so this is what I'm doing, right? I'm listening to what Hood Mystic is saying, right? So in a marriage, the assumption of sex is there. But I agree with Chirac. All the stuff he said is what makes it what it is. But again, if somebody's skeptical, I doubt they're gonna be like, okay, this makes me want to do it. I will say for me, personally, anecdotally, I have a belief system. So in my belief system, I know what marriage is. However, in the world we live in, marriage, you got to sign that paperwork and all that, right? When I signed that paperwork, right, I swear that it gave me an entirely different feeling that I did not think was going to happen. I'm just being 100% candid. When I signed that paperwork and it was recognized because we live in this construct, it affected me in a different way I didn't expect. Because the level of commitment is so much more, right? This person can pull the plug on you for Christ's sake, right? Just So that's one thing I would say. Again, I don't think that's going to convince somebody who's skeptical, but it affected me in a different way. So just saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you on that, man. I felt the same way too, right? When me and my wife, we got married, and we were down at the courthouse, and I signed that paper. It was like I just felt like this wash just come over me, right? And I felt solidified, right? I felt, not necessarily complete, but then everything that I needed to do as a man, it just stepped up a notch. And I just walked and I just stepped into it and just walked into it. So I do understand that feeling that you got when you signed that paperwork.
I think it just separates you. And as a man, I'm gonna just keep it real. We naturally have our desires, our thoughts, our selfishness within us, just like women do. But just speaking as men, I can recognize that I do. And I'm sure you can say that, yeah, we all do. And I think a marriage, it puts you in a mindset and a frame that it's not about you. To a certain extent, yes, it is, but you have to serve somebody else. You have to be accountable to somebody else. You have to grind. You have to fight. You have to whatever. And as a man, I think we're naturally built, and we should want to do that. And it puts us in a mindset that we have to deny ourselves to a certain extent from what we really want, what the world wants, and all of that. So that's just my perspective.
I think the world right now, as much as outwardly men feel that it doesn't support them, at least to their sexual desires, I think it actually probably does benefit them on the terms of their sexual desires. Women are very openly liberated, and they is willing to give it to you. Most of you 6-figure YouTube niggas should have no problem getting boxed from these women. I understand if you're a lame beta simp fat fuck like you guys aren't, obviously, maybe those guys are the ones that can't get coochie or they got to pay for it, but women is giving coochie out here. So especially if they live in a major city, I don't know. And you don't have so the idea that you need consistent box in a marriage, I don't think you need that. That's a realistic idea anymore. Women are giving up consistent box, and you don't have to marry them anymore. You give them some weed.
Fact.
I'm telling you, you got a blunt buddy. They coming through blunt, pop, chill, dip, or blunt dip. Like they do that every day, man. And then they might rotate that out every 6 months. Get a new one.
So look, that's what I think the problem is. I think
y'all see this super chat?
quality.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Go ahead.
Let me read it real quick. Nav with the $5. What up, Hamp? Salute. Masculinity is being an alpha. It doesn't require an announcement. Nav was popping. One more. Stanford Henson with the $10. Stanford Henson, what up, though? Most simplistically, it's assigning someone of your choice as your next of kin legally, socially, and spiritually. It's building a life with someone as one unit. Yeah, that's what Chirac was saying, too. Go ahead, Chirac. My fault.
No, I forgot my shit because he was saying coochie and weed. That's crazy. I ain't heard those words in a long time. Like he kind of like threw me off a little bit. I got to get it back.
Words are too old. So to circle back, the key what we were talking about, and I guess this lane makes sense, is simply, we saying it's natural for men to want more than one woman. And in the same breath, we saying women are whores and they shouldn't be that way. But at the same time, we trying to sleep with as many women as we can. On top of that point, men almost get clowned if you don't got enough bodies. Women get clowned if you got too many bodies. And then there was cats up here saying, not anybody up here right now, unless they agree with the sentiment, that they didn't want a virgin.
That's crazy.
But these are men's talking points up here. So I'm just like, the shit is all over the place. It's hypocritical as hell. Yeah. But then we want these women to be women of yesteryear. So me and Q trying to figure it out.
I gotta see their life.
Some of these. Oh, go ahead.
I gotta see their life. I gotta see their results. And some might argue that, oh, I'm successful. That's my result. Like, no, I gotta see your character. I gotta see your decision making. I gotta see, if you're really about yourself. Because when I hear dudes speak like that, it's always to the extreme, or if it's always about, it's like those red pill talking points. The dudes that have a nice podcast where they get money, but then I'm like, yo, it's all about you. And men, we gotta take accountability, and accountability is like, that's hard to do. And some dudes don't want to do it. So they always go to the extreme. I can smash whatever. She got to stay loyal to me, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, nah, you're selfish. Like dudes like that are so selfish.
Let me piggyback off you with that. Because it's like when I grew up, I had 3 brothers. All of them was basically good guys. And I was like the game banking type, right? But I quickly understood, and I had more girls. I quickly understood that I didn't want to share my resources with multiple women, even though most men saying that they want multiple women, like how we want. I didn't want to share resources with multiple women. So, like you said, the body count mattered. I found the woman that was tender, wasn't touched, so I took it from there. And now my brothers who don't have the touch of a player or nothing like that, they dealing with 2-3 baby mamas and on their second and third marriages because they want everything they see, and they not good enough with the mindset to understand that you got to pay for every move you make in this world. That's what I'm basically. So the guy that left, I think he having a problem finding women of a certain, what Ham say, sentiment or like a certain type of character. I don't think he able to find a woman that he feel like is gonna run under his program. Cause that's why he keep asking, what am I getting out of it? When it's a we thing. Like he sound like Kobe when it was Shaq and Kobe. He made Shaq lead, trying to figure out what he gonna get out of the situation. But they would have got more out of it together. They would have got way more championships. Y'all agree?
Facts.
Yeah,
I do. I do agree, and what I also disagree with, what you just said, sorry, but I disagree with this YouTube talking point, and it irks me when I hear it. It's like you want women to stop being whores, but you won't stop making whores. It's like the logic doesn't line up to me. It's like if you want something, then you got to make a culture in a society that produces what you want, and the way you produce that by setting standards and principles that lead to what you want, and then you produce that. So you actually men are actually getting what they're producing now. So whether you want to say whether you want, so if you want a wife, if you want a society full of women that are worthy to be wives, then as fathers and as husbands, you need to produce an environment that produce women that can be wives and set a standard that they must live by. If you get something opposite, you got what you created.
But they'll say the world, we ain't going back to that time. We're at a different time. So you gotta
and I want okay, and you're right, that's what they will say. And what I say is, you know what? Then y'all don't go back. Keep going where you're going. I can't stop you. You know what though? I can't stop you making dumb decisions.
But you know what was lasted through all of that time that has not changed? Female nature. Throughout all the social and economic changes that we've been through all of these years, and one thing that's remained constant, which is their female nature. And I don't think that's ever going to change. No matter how many policies we get, no matter how many different things we got going on, you're never going to change that. And I think the quicker you kind of understand it and learn how to use it to work in your favor so you get a better outcome, the better chances that you have in becoming the type of person or man that they want. Because obviously, just as you have standards, they have standards as well. My masculinity has a cost. Her femininity has a cost. But I think that certain men try to delude themselves in thinking that if they change certain things, that their nature will change. And we've all seen it. They may say a certain thing right out of their mouths, and then they come right back around and do the same exact opposite, or they do what their nature is. And I think a lot of men don't really recognize it, or they're really scared of it. So I try to say, like, listen, I know how women are. I know how my girl is. No matter what she say, no matter what she, does certain things, I know her nature, and I cannot never be blinded to that. So we go through this thing as a loving union, but in the back of my mind, I know her nature, and I can't be surprised by the things that she do or the things that she says.
So
another thing too. Oh, go ahead, my bad.
First thing I want to say is, now this might be new to YouTube, so I want you guys to record this. I stand corrected on the marriage grape stuff. So surprisingly, people can be wrong on YouTube. So shout out to that. But what I did find was 12 states have different statutes if you marry. So the crime isn't looked at the same if you're married in 12 states. One actually including Connecticut. But technically in all 50 states you can grape your spouse. But there's 12 states that have like a lesser charge or something like that. Nature, Kasim, is the issue that we are trying to deep dive into, because men's nature is said to be having sex with multiple women. You got 1 billion sperm in your body. You got to use them. You know what I mean? Talk about polygamy and all that, right? But then it's the double talking about women, and then we're here the talking point talking about what the hell was it? Oh, women cheated just as much as men. So when we're talking about a woman's nature, is it that far off from us? Because we saw what they did with sexual liberation. The fact that it was acceptable to be a whore, we had a slut walk for 4 years straight. So do we actually know their nature, or is their nature more similar to ours than we want to let on?
I think it's a little bit more. No, I think it's a little bit more similar than what we tell ourselves. Whenever sex was created to feel good, right, versus it being a burden or a pain, we kind of adopted that. And it's until a certain amount of time where we were able to freely, where women were able to freely express that, even though they were always doing that. Right? I'm a big believer that women enjoy sex just as much as men. But in more of the earlier days here, that was quite suppressed. They weren't allowed to kind of enjoy sex. They had to be like quote unquote starfishes and just lie there. I believe that we are similar, in certain aspects, in certain ways, and we are different. Obviously, there's different degrees and variances in a range within that, but there are certain commonalities that we have as people, particularly when it comes to sex.
Got a question, Hemp.
Yes, sir.
Was chivalry designed for women, or was it designed between men?
Between men.
So how do we get to where now we think of chivalry for women?
Well, that's the other thing. Q and I don't know if John, you was here, but we broke down chivalry okay. Well, we were breaking down chivalry actually earlier and talking about it's a mindset, right? So when I see these old ass women at Costco with the 42 bottles of water, I go help them. They don't got a choice. They can't say, no, you're not. You can't put these in the car. So you know what I mean? Like I open the door. Most often I hold the door for like people just generally. Even though I hate when they do it to me when I'm in the gas station, then I gotta run to the door when I was just chilling because they holding this shit for me. I hate that shit, but I still say thank you. Like I saw these two black women. They was a little bit older. I was in DC, and I'm like, y'all straight? Wait, well, how far is your car? It was cold, but they was old as hell. Well, I don't know if they were old. They just look old. So I walked them to their car. They ain't have a choice. Now, granted, they could have thought I was trying to rob, but I just walked them over there and left. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of chivalrous. That's chivalry. Not just the woman that you with. You feel me? But yeah, what you think, John?
Yeah. So originally, chivalry was a code between men.
Yeah.
And between especially knights in ancient time period. I guess time period just slipped my mind. But it was something that was how we treated each other against men. It was a code how we treat each other against men through war, peace, whatever the case may be. But now what's happened is we broke the brotherhood and the code that we have between each other, and we showed that honor towards women, but excluded the brotherhood. But if you had a true brotherhood, you would have a society that could enforce the codes that men would have to honor, and then by product, women would honor it too as well. Because couldn't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So John, no, that's interesting. So break down the code. So like you saying, men wouldn't be fucking other men's wives and shit like that.
And so correct. So even if a dude, I think me and Trey had this conversation one day. Oh, he's not up here now. We had this conversation one day that. So he was trying to say something about being old and that I've been out the game for a while. I said, you know what, Trey, I'm gonna concede. Maybe I've been out the game for a while. Maybe so you could teach me. Then he started talking about, well, I've slept with married women before. I know how they do, and then they won't. I'm like, oh, cool. So why didn't you tell that man that you slept, that woman that man's wife that you slept with, that he was married to a woman that was a whore? Because what you did was you just made another man look weak and stupid. So I think we had this brotherhood that we could actually stop the foods that we actually see. And we truly had a brotherhood where we looked out for the men and the society and created an environment where this behavior was not allowed. But we allowed the buffoonery to happen, and so therefore we can't complain how we get what we get.
I looked up the Knights chivalry thing. It said it was not an authentic Knights code of chivalry as such. It was a moral system which went beyond the rules of combat, introduced the concept of chivalrous conduct, qualities idolized by knighthood, or chivalrous conduct, and goes on to say qualities idolized by knighthood, such as bravery, courtesy, honor, and gallantry towards women.
Okay, I stand corrected. I always understood it to be towards men, but I stand corrected then.
I mean, maybe the last part might be towards women, the gallantry.
You're not wrong, John.
But I think the bravery, courtesy, honor is more sort that between men and women. It's just the overall being, you know what I mean?
That's what I was saying. It's a state of mind. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know what gallantry. What does gallantry tree means? I think that's the part about the women.
We need somebody older to know what gallantry mean.
I'm gonna look it up.
What gallantry mean? But no, you're not wrong, John. Doesn't mean that before our time it got it moved over to women too. You know what I'm saying? You right.
Oh,
that's
gallantry. Sorry. It's gallantry is courageous behavior, especially in battle, or polite attention or respect given by men to women.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
The polite attention or respect given by men to women, I think.
So that's both too, right there, this way, right?
So yeah,
battle.
Courageous behavior, especially in battle.
Okay, yeah. So that, John, I think the code between men. Damn, is the code between men lost for real?
I see it is.
Yeah,
I see it is destroyed.
Yeah, I haven't seen the code with men in Chicago since I was born. There's no code amongst men.
Yo, Chirac, question. So there's a sentiment, and I'm not saying us, just from what you've seen, right? It's better that way. For the question I'm about to ask. You know, back in the day, they say that if you had an op that was with somebody with their family or their mom or something, they couldn't get it. But now there's no passes given. Is that true?
That's true. And you know what story come to mind? One of the guys that I know growing up, he got out of jail. He got out of Cook County jail, and his grandma and his mom was with him. And it's a certain gun with a switch in Chicago. Yeah. They hit him, his grandma, and his mom at one time.
Yeah.
It's like it's weird, and they shoot into crowds where kids are. So yeah, that I haven't saw Chivalry since I was maybe my uncles, and the way they treated my mom and their mother when I was maybe 5, so 30 years ago, because I'm 35. Yeah. So, but before I lose this train of thought, I wanted to double back to what the guy said. I don't think, because you a man of the Bible. I've been watching you, right? So Shalom. So you a man of the Bible. So in the Bible, isn't it a whore spirit when a woman has the capability of thinking of having sex with several men or having this sexual mindset? Isn't that like a whore in the Bible, like a starlet, something like that? Like
harlot, harlot.
A harlot, it's not normal for a woman to want as much sexual activity as a man. Like you said, you even see it in the fact that we can impregnate several. Like I saw in the Bible, it was kings with several wives, but I've never ever heard of a woman with several husbands in this Bible and it being just. Yeah. So me seeing the new thing that they're throwing out, I saw it when I was a kid with Lil' Kim. It was like it came around. It wasn't really around that much. The only one I can remember is Lil' Kim, who had this whore mentality that. Foxy Brown. Yeah, Foxy had it. It was just one or two. Now they selling it to the women, and they're becoming what being sold to them. And I believe that they're more influenced by everything that's going on. And men are just like they said. I believe we are supposed to be of several wives. What it says in the Bible, you can't be a just man with several wives. It's just that it also said that it will be the demise of a man as well. If you So I was just weighing that out, because a woman having a lot of sexual spirits in her is a whore.
I think a lot of men aren't God-fearing and are expecting, if you're of a certain age, are expecting bodies from a woman. Shit, you're expecting a level of sexual, you're expecting a level of quality in sex from an older woman. If she's of a certain age, you're not expecting lame, shitty, virgin-like sex. If that shit's trash, you're probably not even going to want to deal with her. But if she was 20 and her sex was trash, you know what I mean? The expectation is different. And I think to the men's point, I don't think men is God-fearing at all. I think most men is on board with the sexual liberation. I think most men are on board with baby deletions. I think most men are on board with this 50-50, women contributing financially to the household, not necessarily 50-50 straight down the middle, but they will contribute financially and they will work. I think a lot of men are not, what y'all think men should be, and the idea that they're gonna just be shamed into that.
No, it's a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not good. Can't shame them into it anymore. They sold out. Our culture sold out into it. Ain't no shaming people into it anymore. Shaming people out of it. It's done with.
So would you say that basically it's too far gone, and every man should fend for himself and just figure something out?
Kasim, to your point, Kasim, once you've had the taste of, let's say, pizza, and you fall in love with pizza, what's the chance of making you stop eating pizza again?
You not.
Because it's your choice, right? And then it's your choice. You're going to defend the choice to make every decision you want to make to support it. No matter how bad pizza is for you, you're enjoying it.
Well, that's where morals come in. So, for instance, I love pork neck bones, but I don't eat that shit no more because I know I'm not supposed to.
It's our choice.
Damn, I wanted Chirac because what it is, we were asked, Q and I were talking earlier about fighting urges, right? So if women want to smash just like men want to smash, but they have more self-control, they just not doing it. Referring to the women of the Bible, they understood that what was the implications for them if they did it. So we were just assessing, do women have more self-control to fight their nature as opposed to men?
No, I don't.
We say it, but look at the amount of crime we commit as opposed to them. I'm just weighing out stuff.
Crime.
I think what you're realizing don't have.
What kind of crime is the thing? Because more often than not, crime is on the end that it's an aggressive thing, and more men are the people who, when in terms of people being in imprisonment and all that jazz, it's going to lead on the extreme end. And what kind of extreme? And typically it's going to exhibit the extremes the traits that men exhibit on the extreme end, not necessarily what women exhibit on the extreme end. You know what I mean?
Excuse, right?
Huh?
It's an excuse, right? Because I said nature. So people fighting their nature, right? So men are naturally more aggressive, right?
Yeah.
But self-control is what stops you from being prosecuted, right? Not doing these things, but reactionarily doing things, Sway, is what I'm assessing, right? I'm not saying yes or no, but just thinking through it. You know what I mean?
That's the societal part about it. So when you're talking about the nature and nurture, most of our nature and natural desires and the things we want and all that jazz is a sin based on y'all's logic. That more likely fall under one of the 7 deadly sins. The things that we want out of life, the leverage and all those things, is going to fall under one of those things. And more often than not, you're going to fall victim to one of those things. So when you're talking about people being God-fearing, if they're not even following religion at all, or they're not following under some form of structure, they don't care about their elders' opinion anymore. They don't hold them weight, so the elders can't hold them in structure. The society is promoting them to be single because they're going to spend more money, and they're not religious, so they don't have a overhead like religious structure holding them accountable for their actions. So for more often than not, they're going to go off for their own selfish desires and do what's best for them, which is more often than not a sin.
What like what? Give me an example.
The what is the guy saying? The idea that men are going for sex, right? Having sex out of marriage, children out of marriage, the greed, the overabundance of greed, I think that's going on in this country. I think a lot of times people do fall victim to one of those 7. And if you don't have structure, you're going to probably fall victim to more than one and for a longer period of time.
Okay.
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
Yeah.
A lot of it has to do with exactly what he said, and having a conscience, right? And when certain activities are met up against that conscience, that's where the morals and values come in at, right? Knowing right from wrong, knowing good from bad, right? But then having to be accountable for the consequences that's going to happen to that, particularly when it comes to society. If you're not around people getting hemped up all the time and getting locked up and getting punishments for doing things, and you're more susceptible to doing that because you don't see that consequence is not as readily available and as acute. It acts you all the time. And I think the more that you separate yourself from those consequences, the more apt you are into doing those particular things.
Kasim, so, and I'm playing devil's advocate, but I think Sway was correct, right? That was a good breakdown. But, you know, most people in jail are 2-time offenders. You know,
yes.
Not more than 2 times. You know, just what's the word I'm looking for?
Repeat offenders.
Yeah. And so I just wonder the consequences. How much do they actually burden or affect people? You know.
Well, that's a personal thing here. They haven't accepted accountability for the acts that they did. Yes, they may have been confined, you know, in a certain environment to slap them on the wrist or to get them to kind of yield and recognize. But how many times those men go in there and instead of taking accountability and recognizing their faults, they get with old school people that teach them how to do it better, right? To teach them how to be more proficient at it, right? And then when they come out, it's like, okay, instead of me doing it that way, I'm gonna do it this way because I got school from old school over here, you know, that told me how to do it the right way.
Yeah, no, that's fair. In there's nothing constructive. It's 100% punitive, you know. So you have to become more of something that you probably should have been avoiding, just to be decently all right. You know what I mean? So I understand.
I think
because you hearing all those stories, right? You're hearing all of those stories of what the if y'all did robberies together, right? You did your robbery one way, and then you got to sell it.
Give me one second, because Mandra, you get on camera.
Yeah, give me a second.
All right. Go ahead, Kasim. Oh, there you go. Go ahead, Kasim.
No, but it's like you in jail, right? And you in there for a robbery, right? And then you in and you got a cellie. Your cellie is in there for a robbery too. Y'all not talking about doing what things, you know, good, not doing it. No, y'all comparing stories. Y'all comparing notes as far as what you did wrong and what he did wrong. So now you're home. You can't wait to get out. You know what I'm saying? And apply these new rules and these new game plan that you got, right?
No,
I got something to add to that. If you don't mind, Sway. All right. One way you can mark how effective the punishment is and accountability is, as far as whatever punishment you're using, how effective it is look at how many people committing crimes versus the people who are not. How many people who are in prison versus the amount of people who are not, and why they're in prison. I mean, America's not a real good example because we throw people in prison for whatever. You know what I'm saying? But things they shouldn't be in prison for. But that's one thing. There's far more people out here not going to prison than there are people going to prison, by far and away. So that's one way to look at it. And with the recidivism rate, you have to look at what's going on. They say prison is for reform, but no one's being reformed while in prison. That's number one. Number two, when these people get out, they go right back into the environments that got them locked up in the first place. So what are they going to do? They didn't get rehab. They didn't get any education. No one gets better in prison. In fact, most of them get worse because of the environment, the type of environment prison is. So they get worse, and then they get out and go back to the same environment they got locked up in the first place. It's a circle. You know what I'm saying? It's engineered for you to keep going back. It's engineered to create recidivism. So that's just my 2 thoughts on the whole prison thing.
Yeah, you're right. Because prison is big business. We all know that.
Yep.
You know, prison is big business. One hand feeds the other. They're all in cahoots. The judges and everything, from the contractors that build the prisons to the individuals that go out and scope the land. It's like, hey, we just bought this land right here. This would make an amazing prison that can house 500 inmates. You know, how can we get this prison locked up?
Instead of farmland, so they can feed more people, like homeless people or something like that. They'll build a prison. You know what I'm saying? And go ahead, Sway.
No, I was just gonna say, to this point, three things. One, I believe indoctrination is real. Unfortunately, I also think you don't know what you don't know. So that can be privilege. A lot of people, privilege is blind to the people that have it, and then the idea that I know what the right way is. You know what I mean? You don't know what you don't know. So I think a lot of times people don't have all the information. And then the third part is either through evolutionary biology, as deep as that, to just how they were, where they was born and how their environment that they was raised in. I think some people are set up to fail.
Oh, definitely.
So
definitely,
there's always going to be losers.
Yeah, it's engineered that way, especially in a capitalist society's way. There are people that, because capitalism won't be, especially in America, won't be as effective as it is here unless you force people to be in that position. And part of it is taking advantage of people's laziness and propensity to take the path of least resistance. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to go out and do something hard if we don't have to. The vast majority of us are not going to do that. You know what I mean?
Mondrell,
mm-hmm.
It's a quick question. Do you think that people have an innate inclination towards morals?
You research
in some ways, because I understand her question. In some ways, when you talk about morality, the first innate concept of morality is self-preservation. Even in babies, the baby wants a toy. The baby gets the toy. You take that toy away from the baby and start screaming and crying. It knows that what you did was wrong. It may not be aware of what it does wrong, because that baby doesn't know if that toy belonged to them or not. They just saw a toy and they wanted it. Now they don't know what they did was wrong. They may not know. They know that something's wrong here. I wanted that and you took it. Give it back. So there is an element of that. You know what I'm saying? They know that they're hungry. Hey, my stomach's growling or my stomach's hurting. I need something in here. Something's wrong.
Are you saying, Q, that people subconsciously know what's right or wrong, but then they'll do something, that they feel is in their own best interest, even though they were told that that's wrong?
Not necessarily told that it was wrong, but knowing, kind of knowing right from wrong, or kind of knowing right from wrong.
But aren't you told that as a child when you grow up?
Some are. Sway. Most of us are.
You kind of taught that.
Example, Sway, like, if you're like between the ages of 4 and 6, right? And your mom tells you not to touch a stove because it's hot. Do you know not to touch the stove because she told you, or because you actually touched it and found out? And then from that point, you have a knowledge of that.
Yeah, I'm with that one on the email.
Well, the thing is, I know that not to touch the stove because someone told you not to. You just don't know why. Like, you don't necessarily know what hot is until you touch that stove. Well, now you know what hot is, and you ain't gonna do it no. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like with children, it only goes so far. They don't know. They may not know the why. They might not know the minutia of it all, of the subject, but they do have a general idea. Hey, something's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Or they eat something sweet. It tastes good. This is right. Mm-hmm. But that's as far as it knows to go. But there's a margin of it there. They're born with something, because otherwise self-preservation wouldn't exist. We jump off cliffs because we wouldn't know any better. But you walk up to a cliff, you know full well that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was gonna take it a step deeper to say, even outside of those examples, like knowing whether or not to kill somebody. Like, if there were no laws against that, or somebody didn't say you're not supposed to do that, would we as people have a natural inclination of that knowledge, like knowing you're not supposed to kill people?
No, more people. And I give an example from the people like in Afghanistan and stuff. They grow up thinking that that's okay to blow themselves up, or but it's
no, they don't.
I think it's
no, they don't. No, they don't.
How?
That's not. The vast majority of those suicide bombers were people who were forced to do that. Like, a group of people will break into like, say, your house, hold you at gunpoint, you and your family at gunpoint, and they say, hey, put this vest on, go over there by those soldiers, or we're going to kill your family. The vast majority of them are like that.
I might be mistaken. Let me explain what I'm saying. I might be mistaken. I might not know because you've been in the military and stuff. I might not know.
Yeah, and plus the other people you're talking about, they don't actually want to do it. It takes a lot of convincing. They don't think it's right. They know full well, like you can.
That's why I'm gonna ask you because I think you might know better than me. That's why I'm gonna ask you. Like when you, from what I've seen on TV, when they shown them doing that stuff, it's like they've been brung up to do that.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's deep-rooted indoctrination, man. They find a 9-year-old kid that his family got blown the hell up, and then they convince him until he's 14, 15 that this is the devil, and you need to do this to be liberated and go see your family again. It's like that's you know what I mean. It's not
a bunch of lies. It's a bunch of lies that's being told to those people who do that, and it takes a lot of convincing, and even when they're convinced, they're still scared to do it.
Yeah.
They're still scared. They still don't actually want to do that. But it's more of a thing is where they get the thing on and they're in it. They're like, "Let me hurry up and do it before I change my mind." Type deal. You know what I'm saying? It's very rare that you run into a true blue believer who's going to sacrifice themselves like that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen because it definitely has and it does, but those people are extremely rare.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, my thought is that whether or not we as people have an innate inclination towards morals, like we just know right from wrong, like with not all things, but like the basic things. Like as natural as it is for us to all have this need to want to fuck, right? Or this this desire, I should say, to want to fuck, or this desire to like. If somebody piss you off, you want to slap the shit out of them, right? Do we all not know limitations, like naturally, like morals?
If
right
you took a man that lived in Tarzan style for 40 years and then plopped them in our civilization where we have structures, rules, and laws where you've been developed and taught socially before you were even born, he probably wouldn't be accustomed to our morals and what we think right or wrong is.
And that's what I was trying to say, Sway. That's why I was saying that, like, from the others, like in Afghanistan, they have different morals than us. You see what I'm saying? So that's
but
why
it ain't about
what I'm getting
himself up, though. I don't know.
That's just an example. I didn't know how to explain it. That just was an example. My bad.
That's why I didn't want to get lost on that example because I understood what you meant, but I was like, damn, that's a bad one. But I
ain't know what else to say. That was the first thing popped in my head.
Yeah, it's the same concept of religion. Like people talk about Christianity today being the end all be all, but I'm like, no. What do you mean, Mandrill? Well, if you're born in ancient Rome, you definitely wouldn't have been a Christian. You're born in China today, you're probably not going to be a Christian. Japan, Asia, anywhere in Asia, the Middle East, you're probably not a Christian. So it depends on where you grow up. You grew up in America, especially if you're black, you're probably going to be a Christian or a Muslim. Middle East, you're probably going to be. So the culture is different depending on where you are, And the whole morals thing, like what morals I grew up with, it's culture.
I mean, that's what I mean. You don't think? I don't even know how to phrase this, but I feel like up until like 50 years ago, you living your truth would be against moral code in a sense. You know what I mean? I think If we want to go further back, you should go 100 years ago. I think you'd have definitely been against the moral code of the time, but I don't necessarily, personally, I don't give a fuck. But if you understand what I'm saying, so would you be going against your moral instinct? Do you think?
Well, see, I would understand that as morals, but more mental health issue, right? Historically.
You think? Wait. So you're saying historically
it wouldn't be more of a moral thing. It would be more of a mental health thing, right? Historically.
Wait, what would?
Are you saying how they thought about it, or are you saying it is a mental health thing?
How they thought about it, because technically, right now, wouldn't homosexuality be a moral thing, religiously?
I think it actually was probably more moral in the beginning, and then at some point they gave it more grace to a mental health issue. I think they probably thought if you were gay, you were somewhat part of the devil, or whatever.
There was, yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. Throughout human history, it's had those.
Are y'all speaking what it is now, or were you speaking what it was then?
Ill, and then
Sway's right. It's had those iterations. Like once upon a time, you thought to be possessed by demons or some nonsense. Today, it's a mental health thing. You know what I'm saying? And there's a point in time where it's like still today, people look at it as something that's immoral. You know what I'm saying? Like either way,
that's what I'm trying to understand from him. So I would think now it's more immoral or more of a moral issue than back then. It would have been more of a mental health issue, right?
It depends how far you go back. Like I said, I think in my opinion, I think it started off moral.
It depends.
I don't think they give a fuck about the mental health. I think if you went against this, you were the devil. So at this, and then it became softer. It's like, oh, I think it's more mental, and maybe we can kind of fix them or do these experiments. Like, you know what I mean? They were trying to put drugs in y'all to fix y'all in some sense. I don't think that worked. And so now they came to the idea that, you know what I mean, you're born this way, or you can, I guess now even be indoctrinated because they say that if you have two gay parents, the idea of your kid being gay goes up or whatever. So I don't, it's gotten deeper than that. But I think, to your point, at some point, yes, it was a mental health issue. I'm not going to say no, that wasn't true.
At one point in time, yeah. Because like you got people out there who believe you're born gay. You have some people who think that you can turn gay. I'm like, yeah, you can't catch it. Like, I'm not gay. I've been around gay people before. I ain't catch it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I mean, I don't. What you mean? What you mean? You know what I'm saying? What do you think about it, Mandrell? I don't care.
It really depends on what you believe with it. It really depends on what you believe with it, I guess.
I guess. I mean, but the thing is, that's facts are facts too. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I just believe in leaving people alone, letting them do their thing. As long as they ain't hurt nobody, all right, go ahead.
But
so what? It's got nothing to do with it.
It does hurt people. People feel that it does hurt the society when they going into that. So that's why I say it depends on how you feel about it. You know?
And I've had that discussion before. No one's proved that to me. I guess because I'm just so indifferent about it. I don't care what people do in their personal life.
And
it's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with me. So I'm like, so.
But to try to answer Sway's question, if back then I came from that time and I was groomed into the knowledge that was not right morally, then yes, I will feel like I'm going against morals. But because of the time that I come from now, I think it could be linked to mental health if nothing else, because a lot of times it's rooted in trauma.
So what you saying that?
Do you think that leads more towards a gender, or you think that's just like, do you think one kind of says fuck the other gender, and I'm just going to date my gender, leans one more towards the other? Like, because the idea of, in my opinion, I don't think men are like, fuck women, I'm gonna start fucking dudes. I think that I hear that more.
I don't think it's rooted in anger or like trying to prove a point to somebody.
Yeah, who would make that decision?
Yeah,
I know women that make that decision.
Yeah, I heard plenty of women that make
I know women that say women will not date men. They will be sexually attracted to men. They'll fuck men. They'll fuck women with a strap on, but they don't like how they talk, act, carry themselves. They can't stand a man on how they represent themselves, and they would rather deal with a woman and get fucked with a strap on.
But
I think that those women are already gay. Those women are already gay, man. That's an excuse to do what you want to do, and you blame it on somebody else.
I don't want to deep delve because I'm not the knowledge dude in this realm. I would say I'm wrong in everything I'm saying, and Q's right in everything she's saying.
I would too. It's just a personal opinion. I'm saying
Q,
that.
Let me ask you a question. Q.
LGBT.
Wouldn't they be in that category though?
Of what?
Who?
Like, cause she always dated men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And since she been scorned by men, then she tried a woman, right? Am I mistaken on that or what?
No, so for her, it's like meeting the person who had the qualities that she wanted. You see what I'm saying? So it's not about, I'm mad at men, so I'm going to prove a point to them by being with a woman. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I got you. I was just asking because I know that what she had when she told her story about that's she said she always dated men and you was her first woman that she dated. So I was just thought that correlated, but it might, people got their own reasons.
Yeah, so for her, it's like she found a person that had the qualities that she appreciated in a person in pursuit of a relationship. But if me and her, God forbid, didn't work out, she would be in the lane that she, I guess, the lane that she was in, that I think technically is a part of her natural inclination, but where a man would be her preference because she doesn't hate niggas, if that makes sense.
I got you. Now I understand that. That makes sense.
But yeah, there are some. I mean, there's some topics that gay people, particularly gay women, need to have too. With regards to women being with men, but also trying to be with women. To what Sway was speaking to, we don't fuck with them type either. Like when you're in between two different sexes, that's frowned upon. You know what I mean? There's like being with a guy and then a woman at the same time. A lot of times these chicks be just curious. They're not serious about any type of relationship with a woman, but they will do stuff to, whatever, get back at a guy, or just, again, having that curiosity as to what it may be like. But as far as them taking that actual relationship with a woman serious, they're not invested in that way. So the gay women don't fuck with them type of women.
Okay,
like,
that makes sense. Makes sense.
I was always under the impression that what made a person gay, underneath it all, was like you had to be attracted to the same sex or same gender.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because like there's never been a time in my life where what brought me to the conclusion is like there's never been a time in my life where I looked at a dude and said, I want that. Like, never. So it never happened. So I'm just like, okay, if I'm not attracted to somebody, I'm not gonna try to fuck him. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I just didn't get that whole thing. Like, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a part of the community, so
I always thought it was like this because I always bring it correlated to like when a dude that can't get black women, that he go to white women because that who's accepting him. I don't seen some that I felt when I heard what they said, it seemed like they were saying like they went there because women wasn't accepting them or men wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, or men wasn't accepting. I'm saying that what I heard before. I ain't saying that would happen all the time. I'm just saying that's sometimes what I have heard.
But we have that on the vice versa. Black women will say they want to date other races because of the treatment, yada yada. So you know what I mean? So when we're trying to equate it, they got their equation to that example already. It's not the LGBTQ equation. But Q, your partner name is Nay, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you're the first woman she's ever dated.
Mm-hmm.
And you brought up the trauma. It's not necessarily the hate. I can agree that it might not necessarily be the hate. But do you think she would have ever had the idea of dating a woman if she didn't have so many poor experiences or such a bad poor experience with men, or however many men? I don't know how many men she's been with.
No, I don't think she would have thought to been with anybody but those men if they didn't leave the imprint that they did. Because what I understand from her story, she plays for keeps.
Yeah. So I was. If they treated her right and it worked out, she probably would have. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you were saying it.
Yeah, if they treated her correctly, whatever that may be, it would have probably worked out, and she would have never dated a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. But my thought process, because I'm young, and the way you'll say the LGBTQ is the young people and it's going crazy. I think a lot of them is one, the socially awkward type, so they're trying to find a group. And then two, I think it's a lot of them with this idea of down with the patriarchy, down with male toxic masculinity. I don't like male traits. And so they would rather deal with a woman, especially if they're like, it's typically mid women. It's not attractive women. It's, it's the ones who somewhat might get attention, but they're not going to get, or they might get used by the good looking guys. You know what I mean? They're not going to get forever attention. So they say, fuck these dudes, and they're going to be dealing with women. I think that's like happening more often than not. Not more often than not, but it's happening a lot more now. with the younger generation.
That's what I was trying to say. I didn't word it that way, but that's what I was trying to say. What you just said right there. But yeah, I see it with that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know about that being with the dudes though. I don't see that same correlation with dudes. I don't see see social stuff with dudes just being like, "Yep, I'm gonna be gay because I can't get women."
Yeah, I don't see that either, Sway.
I was actually talking about the women, but I said I was just describing what I heard from the women, not actually the men. I never really heard it from the men, but I didn't know if that, I don't know every man that is gay and how they got there, So I don't know. That's why I was just throwing that out there.
Yeah, like I said, what confused me about it, if I may, it's just like I don't see how you gay if you're not attracted to the same gender. I like that part. Is just beyond me. And call me ignorant, and I know I'm ignorant about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those people who acknowledge that. Hey, listen, I don't know anything about the culture, so I mean, I really tell you what I think and ask questions and learn. You know what I'm saying? So that's my thing. I mean, so women going after other women who were never. I mean, so were they always attracted to women, or is this just they just realized it, or like what's up with that?
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question really quickly, what you find a lot of times is women who be with women have been with men before. So like whether she had a boyfriend when she was 17, or that she was with him for 3 months or 3 years, or she might have, had little boyfriends from 12 to like 25, things like that. Like you'll find that more often than not. And then it's like they'll have just a long-term thing going on with females. Like, oh, I've been with girls since I was 21. So now they're like maybe 35. So they've been only dating women, and then they classify as gay women. But that's just kind of what's out there in that dating pool. Very few gold stars, meaning like women who haven't been with men ever.
I know as much.
Have you ever been attracted to men?
Have I ever been attracted to men? When I was younger.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a boyfriend when I was like 3.
3?
Yeah.
How's that even work? I mean,
I ain't gonna lie to you.
But then to be honest, at that time, unpopular truth, I would be considered bisexual because I was also attracted to little girls at the same age.
Tell me if I'm wrong, Q. The ones, in my opinion, that are born that way, they always, especially if even as young, they always try out the ones they're told is supposed to be correct, like the opposite gender, right? Like even the gay dudes, they'll try a girl, they'll have a girlfriend when they're like 6 or 7, and they like, nah, it ain't for me. I'm actually gay. Like I'm that whatever flamboyant dude. And or even girls, like they'll have a boyfriend and they didn't really want it, but they're in that social stigma at that time, and then they say, fuck it, I don't like boys, and they deal with a girl that they actually like, and that's just what it is. Like I see that a lot, you know what I mean, amongst y'all's community. But tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know. Did y'all always try at least one of the opposite gender before you fully convert?
Yeah. So like forcing yourself to deny what it is that is in you. Yeah. Especially if you have like a family that comes from a strong religious background, or the shame that comes with that, or the idea that you could lose your family. So to unpopular truth's first question, yeah, like at 3, that I think that the boy that I was with was cute. Yeah. When I started to go through grade school and high school and middle school, I didn't have that same connection or attraction to guys, right? However, when I was 23, I ended up dating this guy for like 3 months, trying to give myself an opportunity to change. And it was like the most awkward, most forced, most disgusting feeling thing. Like I can't even describe it. So around that time, I would be out in the clubs and stuff, and then guys would think I'm attractive, and they're like, "Oh, why you want to be with me?" I was like, "I'm just not attracted to men." And they're like, "Well, how do you know you don't like men and you don't like dick if you've never tried?" I said, "Well, how do you know that?" And then like the idea of how disgusted they felt with that, I'm like, that's exactly my feeling. So then I would just kind of get a little bit of respect from them for that. Like, yo, I kind of understand her a little bit.
I think that was kind of,
if that's how they think about popular truth, then that's just how they think about it. Like, I'm not trying to get quote unquote penetrated by a dude. Like, that's weird.
No, that is
Right, but I'm just saying, like, from a woman saying it though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
if that's
and I guess it might be it might just be just like my man was saying over here. It might be just a switch that I can't think of when it. You see what I'm saying? I guess I just can't think of it like that. So I don't know.
It's the same thing like how I feel about coochie is how most men feel about coochie, right? But then I've talked to gay guys and they're like they want to vomit the idea of a woman even like fucking them.
But see, you couldn't feel about coochie like we feel about coochie though, because you can't feel it the way we can. That's why when you said that, it kind of like,
well,
it's a different
okay, I'll say this. Do you love it?
Yes.
That's the shared sentiment. Anything outside of that, I'm not going to try to relate to y'all and be like, oh yeah,
okay.
I can.
I think
you love it. I love it.
I think men and women just like pleasure and how they seek that is definitely, men are pretty stagnant unless it's one way or the other. Women, they don't have a stick, you know what I mean? So they're more fluid throughout their whole body, and it's sensational. They say they can get off just by rubbing a little head, right? And so I can understand that they just need an emotional connection to a woman, and they don't need the idea of protection anymore, because a lot of women socially don't feel that like that men that they deal with are the direct protection. Society kind of protects them wholly. Like they kind of expect men in general to protect them, not just the men that they deal with. And so that idea is kind of out. So they want this other stuff, and then they just want pleasure from sex. They don't care if it's from a dick or from a woman rubbing it, or someone just being there. I can understand the idea that she dated a man for 7 years, and then she dated a woman for 11 years because it just worked out with her.
Yeah, no. So see, them people's testimonies I can't really relate to because my story is just personal to me. So
I'm just saying, I can expect that from a woman, though. I can't expect that from a man. I like, nigga, the fuck? You dated a woman for how many years? I mean, I guess you got the closet.
Yeah, because there's dudes who was married to women like that. Now, those are the ones that are confusing to me. Like, how are you married to a woman for that long, and then all of a sudden, you wake up and just, I might be gay? What? Like, I don't understand.
Women can be hardcore in one sex and then switch over, but men can't be hardcore in one sex and switch over.
No, I don't think so. I mean,
I think for dudes, if you was,
I don't see that. I don't know.
If he's in a marriage and he's in the closet, he was gay the whole time. It wasn't about it. I feel like the woman is like, she could actually be attracted to men, and then at some point it's like, I'm dealing with this woman now, and I'm also attracted to women. I think that's a lot more realistic in my brain from a woman. I can't see that. I don't see that from men. That's not how our brains work.
Do you guys think it's fair that it is coming from me of all people? How much I've clowned fucking niggas for being gay. Do you think that it's fair that a woman could sleep with a woman one time, go back to a nigga, and not be considered gay? But if a man's fucked one man one time, he's automatically gay.
I think
he is gay. That's fair. He's gay.
I don't think he's. I'm with you.
If he did it willingly, if he did it willingly,
you don't get.
He's gay.
There's nothing in our brains telling us, yo, if you can't get coochie, go fuck a dude. There's nothing telling us that, yo.
Nothing.
We would rather use our hand.
Yeah.
There's nothing in my brain gives me and no matter, you can go for 2, 3, 10 years. There's nothing telling me, yo, go get it from a dude. There's nothing. I don't see, like, it's really just one or the other with us. And that's fair. If you decide you want to go that route, that's what you is, man. And I don't care how many times you fuck coochie. You, at the end of the day, you like you a dude.
Hey, Q. Now, Q, I'm trying to answer your question. I was gonna try to answer because I don't think it's fair, even though I don't do it. But I don't think it's fair because I think y'all get the leeway to be able to do it, and I don't know why. But I grew up in knowing that y'all get that leeway. But I don't think it's fair. But I mean, it is. I guess it just is what it is type thing.
Come on, UT. Now you telling me a guy bangs another dude or he gets fucked by another guy? You don't think he's gay? And he voluntarily did that.
Hold on. That ain't she asked was it fair if he did it one time that he can't go back, but a woman can do it one time and she can go back.
Yeah,
That's what
like
I'm saying.
the
I don't
world
think
will
that's
say.
Okay.
Yeah.
The world will say that. But I wanted to bring all
Okay.
this full circle. So what I'm hearing is that the same standards that men live under is not the same standards that women live under. So do y'all think there's a such thing in this topic as hypocritical advice?
Of course there
From
is.
who? From who?
Well, certainly.
From men to women.
It's
From men to
Well,
women.
certainly.
hypocritical advice. Why are we comparing advice? Advice should be about getting the outcomes that you want.
Right, but is it hypocritical advice? Because the advice would come from a standard that you're trying to uphold, right?
No, what advice? What the standard can be different depending on the outcomes that you want out of opposite either sex. To say it's hypocritical is more so, let's say a woman, right, is saying this is the standard for women and she's not doing it herself. I mean, that could be seen as hypocritical. Or for us as men, if we're saying for men, you have to do such and such as a man, and we're not doing ourselves, that's hypocritical. But I'm like, hey, as a man, if you're not giving birth or you're staying at home taking care of the children, or a woman, if you're not paying 100% of the bills, you're not like, we wouldn't. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole with all our talking points. So I'm just saying, like, I think the hypocritical part is not. You don't want to compare the genders at the end of the day because they don't have the same standard.
Right. So if men are saying, well, this is how we feel about a particular thing, when it comes to women, y'all shouldn't be doing this, but y'all also not doing it. Wouldn't that be the same way? Like, it doesn't matter because men and women are not equal.
I don't think a man wants to date a woman. And I mean, I don't think a man wants to date another man, and I don't think a woman wants to date another woman for the most part. So you're going to be looking for two different things out of each other. Even the bi women, you expect different things out of the two different genders. You're not expecting a woman to pay on the first date if you're dating another woman as a woman. But if you date a man, you definitely more than likely are expecting him to pay on the first date. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
But like aside and off of that whole like homosexual and heterosexual topic, see, because my understanding is that men and women are not the same.
That's true. Men and women are not the same. That's true.
So remember earlier I said I had some shit to apologize to Ro about, possibly because of the shit that Uncle Rick was saying. I said, me having a daughter, I'm gonna let her know, listen, this nigga gonna have multiple bitches. If you want to be with a man, that's something you're gonna have to put up with. Uncle Rick said, nah, when you marry and you doing it this way, you're gonna be one man fucking with one woman for a lifetime. All that having other bitches and extra bitches shit is out of there.
And the only is
so to tell women they can't have multiple niggas or they can't have multiple bodies, that's where that will be considered hypocritical advice, because men have multiple women and multiple bodies.
No, that's not hypocritical. Here's the thing. It boils down to what, okay, a woman can go and have multiple bodies and she can have 10,000 bodies if she wants to, but what man wants that? Like, if she wants a man, understand that just like women want things out of a man, men want things out of women. And if you're not meeting those standards, you've lowered your chances on getting a certain type of dude. Men who I'm not saying high caliber, but men who tend to have standards and structure in their life, they tend to want more straight-laced women with as few bodies as possible. That's the tendency. So I'm not saying that's written in stone. But so if you want to increase your chances of getting a guy like that, then keep your body count low. It's as simple as.
I would just say do the math, and and find out what kind of man you want and what he wants to man's real point. If you want a 1% man, then I'm pretty sure 99% of women want him. So you're gonna have to kind of meet him at the right moment, and then at the same time outdo the 99% of women that see him on a day in and day out, and they might want him as well. So if you're talking about that type of dude, then yeah, you're falling under his whatever decision making, what he wants to do for his life, because he's in the driver's seat. He's the one with the abundance of options. He's the rare person. But if you decide you want to get an average dude, we tell you, if you don't want to get
I mean, I guess you guys say average and broke dudes cheat too, but it's pretty much the guy with the less options is less likely to cheat. But then also to the point of the morals, you know what I mean? What is his moral values? I think Rick is more talking about what should be, unfortunately, because I think a lot of men cheat. A lot of men, married men cheat. I think a lot of men that aren't married cheat. I think for the idea that to expect men to not want to have sex with a variety of women is the naive part about it. But to come to a contract and a agreement with the man and say that that's unrealistic, I don't think that's unrealistic. I think, but you have to be honest. You know what I mean? You have to be honest about what you want and what he wants, and then actually come to that agreement and be.
He came out of nowhere with it.
What do you do? Sorry, I didn't see it.
The backpedal thing.
He put up that thing with backpedaling.
Me? How'd I backpedal?
I don't know.
I didn't think you.
Yeah, I didn't think you were. I didn't think you were.
You're a victim.
Yeah, I didn't think you were backpedaling swing.
I think he's just hitting buttons. I don't know because that ain't. I ain't see that, but
I like I said, my thought process mainly just getting the outcomes you want, and to come to jump to a conclusion based off of a YouTube talking point isn't true. I think come to all the facts and then actually make a sound saying. Take Rick's information, take the other information you got, and then come to a conclusion. Don't just say one or the other is right, because I think they both are right to an extent, but they fall on an extreme.
So I say this, Q.
It's like
I say
either he's gonna cheat on you constantly, or he's gonna be faithful and he's never gonna cheat you ever. I think the more idea is that he's probably gonna step out at some point, regardless of he might have that desire. He might not even step out, but he might let you know, hey, I have this desire, and y'all might experiment that way, or he always know that he has that desire. Don't allude to think that your box is the magical, graceful, God-sending box, and he's going to want that for a lifetime as a man, because most men more than likely are going with a variety of box. But if he falls under that moral and indoctrination that I think Rick falls under, he probably will settle for your box alone for the rest of his life until you stop giving it to him. Then he might go get other box.
And you got guys like, the thing is, you got guys like myself. Like, I've never understood cheating. I just never understood it. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm gonna just let Unpopular Truth go off.
Oh, my bad.
What I was finna say is like, the reason I don't think it's hypocritical because most women like a man that had multiple bodies or got a lot of women, because that's what they go off that. But men is the opposite. So that's why I didn't think it was hypocritical. It just like you said, men are different and women are different, and we have different qualities that we want in the opposite sex.
Okay.
Because you got to think about it. A lot of women a dog a man, or they would dismiss him if he say he ain't had nothing but 3 bodies. Like we were saying that last time. If a man said he had 3 bodies, a woman like, oh, he ain't experienced enough. But that don't work the same way with a woman. If a woman say she got 3 bodies, a man gonna be like, he gonna try to jump on that because like she got the less experience. That what they gonna, just how they gonna think about it.
Yeah,
I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, the opposite of that too. Like, if a woman has as many bodies as a guy who has a lot, she's not gonna be. They're not checking for her, is what everybody's saying online. So
that's true.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
If I find out a woman has a whole bunch of bodies, I'm not checking for her either. Okay, how pretty she is either. Her beauty does not matter after that point. It does not. There's women I found out how many bodies they had. Gorgeous women. Gorgeous. I'm completely turned off. I can't even get excited for looking at you now. You disgust me. Seriously, I wouldn't even bang those chicks. It gets to a point where that body count gets to that point. It was like, nah. Because now I'm thinking about stuff like herpes, gonorrhea, syphilis. I'm like, yeah, I ain't never had none of that. I ain't trying to start. So be on the safe side, I'll leave you where you're at.
So for the sake of conversation, what do y'all consider a body to be? Like, is it vaginal penetration? Is it?
Yes. And head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oral counts too.
I'm gonna be honest. Head is worse when it comes to men.
Yeah.
I think when you if a woman say she don't suck 15 dicks and only had sex with 5 of them, it's the head is more. That's more submissive than anything. I think.
I don't know. I guess I never really would know, but I feel like women are more likely to give out coochie than head.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you say if she gives out more head than coochie, then that's like weird, because I think the what I said the former is true. They're more likely to give out coochie than head first. So if she gave out coochie, then I assume she might have given out head. So that just counts as one body. I'm not counting as 2 bodies if she gave head and then also gave coochie to the same dude. That don't make no sense. So I really don't count head. That's not my first thought process on bodies. It's mainly how many dudes has she slept with.
But
Sorry.
head is part of sex, though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's why I'm not counting it twice. There's no. Why am I going to count it as?
No,
sex
I wouldn't
alone?
count it twice. I wouldn't count it twice. That one.
I'm not going to
saying.
count
I'm
it
just
once
saying,
at all. I don't even think my idea is when I'm thinking generally. It's like, she got what's her body count? I'm not thinking how many dicks did she suck and how many niggas did she fuck. I'm just saying how many niggas she fucked is my first thought. So bodies is how many niggas she fucked, not how many niggas she sucked. That don't make no sense.
So hold on before you. Okay, let me ask you this. So you saying if she said she sucked 20 dicks,
you're not counting that though. Nobody's counting that.
Hold on, bro. I'm just trying to
They
ask you
let
a
alone.
question.
That don't make no sense.
I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. So
Go
if
ahead.
she said, I'm saying, like, if she said she sucked 20 dicks, you would be okay with, you wouldn't count that at all and still be okay with it?
If I ask a girl what her body count is, she's probably not counting how many Johnsons she sucked as her body count. Nor is that my thought process. If she told me that, then I just think she a hoe. But I wouldn't think that she got a bunch of bodies.
Then what's the difference? She's a hoe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She a hoe. I'm not counting as bodies.
Why would you not?
Because that's not my thought process. When someone says, "What's your body count?" I'm not. Then my thought process is how many coochies. How many coochies you've licked, or how many D's she sucked.
Okay, so then what makes her a whore if the head doesn't count?
I said the head does count, but not towards the body count.
Okay, cool, Mr. President.
I guess we be asking. I think we asked the wrong question then, because I don't know if we explained what we were saying.
No, I think we get caught up in YouTube
saying.
conversations, but in real life, if somebody's saying, "Hey, what's your body count?" Even us, even them, nobody's thinking oral pleasure as a body. You're not thinking, "Oh, how many coochies have I eaten? How many bitches have I fucked? How many asses have I eaten? How many toes have I sucked? How many? Yeah, it's not y'all thought process. Your thought process is how many bitches have I fucked?
Sucking toes
and
is different,
it's the same. And it's the same vice versa. How many niggas he fucked? How many bitches have you fucked? That's the thought process. And if you do other weird shit, do other weird shit in between, then that's whatever it is. But it's how many niggas have you fucked? How many bitches you fucked? That's the thought process.
I don't know that. Okay. I mean, that's your mindset. I ain't gonna.
How many thotty wops do y'all know that's counting more times they giving fellatio than they giving up the coochie? How many chicks y'all know like that? I don't talk to chicks or deal with chicks. Most chicks aren't like that.
But that's not the point, though. That wasn't the point. That's what I was saying. You might not. I don't know if you.
So where does the idea that head is a body then?
That's my idea, Sway. I'll admit to that.
But so you count it twice. So she gave you head and then fucked you. That's 2 bodies?
No, that's one body. It's one person.
Yeah.
The person is the count. It ain't the act. She could been with one guy for 10 times. That ain't 10 bodies. That's just one body.
Yeah.
She just had sex with that one guy 10 times. You know what I mean?
Nah, I feel like head should count as like 10 bodies right there. That's
much? How many?
That's 10 bodies right there.
How's head 10 bodies? Q, come on. Come on, Q.
So Q, you at like 5,000, ain't you? Shit.
Q said.
How's head 10 bodies?
It
ain't worth all that. It ain't worth all that because most of y'all don't know what you're doing.
That's gotta be 10. Well, they don't. I don't suck dick, but that's
there
gotta
you go.
be 10
See, you're exempt then.
See, that's why I said you going off a mindset of a gay woman too.
Yeah,
so you thinking
you're
it's
completely
egregious.
exempt.
I feel like we about to
it's
start.
egregious than what other people would think. But I don't count it twice. I don't count that as two bodies. I just count it as one.
So let's say she never had sex with nobody, and she sucked like 20 dicks.
Damn, 20 bodies in the mouth.
Yeah.
So what if I'm trying to see the word a lot? Where the line is, right?
you
So if she didn't
20
suck,
bodies to the mouth.
she didn't suck or fuck, but she let people titty fuck her and they jizzed on her chest.
Come on,
does that
bro.
count?
Come on,
Cause y'all just
Come
saying
on,
like
Sway.
honestly, I'm just trying to understand how far the logic goes, because in any conversation of where we're saying body count, I'm not thinking of how many Johnsons she's fellatioed. That's not like, I feel like if you do that, then you probably had sex with them as well. It's like it's one body. The idea that she only gives top, what? Is that sounds like a prostitute or a crackhead.
But I think the issue is, I think what we having the issue is
Y'all
that
talking about
we're
crackheads.
just saying that is either way. If she had 20, if she fucked 20 dudes or she sucked 20 dudes, it's still
It's
bad
20
in our
dudes.
eyes. I think
Yeah,
that's what we
it's still
saying.
20. Yeah, it's still 20 dudes.
All right. So what if the number was lower than that? What if it was 8? And she's like, I'm saving myself for marriage. Do y'all still consider her?
Nigga, get out of here. You already had 8 dudes. Stop. They ain't hearing that.
All I'm saying is,
Yeah, that ain't-
if she sucked 20 dudes, you can't
You
say
already
she
had 8
fucked
dudes.
20 dudes. So they're different.
Right. We saying it's different, but we
So
just
when you're
saying
talking about
sucking a dick is
body,
worse.
when you're saying
We-
body count is fucking people. It's not
So
sucking.
Sway, you wifing her if she got a low body count but a lot of dicks? She
No.
suck?
That's what
No.
that's what the point is, though, Sway. That's what we trying to get you to
No, it ain't
understand.
the
That's why we
point.
saying it.
No, it ain't the point. We can say that I wouldn't do either one of them in an extreme form. What?
So
Okay. I don't know. I thought.
Okay, I
might have
understand what
been
you're saying. He wouldn't do either one of them.
If she got, I'm not. This is a God fearing show, man. I'm not trying to get, but like, if she used the other hole, man, if she did,
Man, you was running and capping earlier.
Hell,
Yeah,
hear this, man.
yeah, nigga. I was listening, nigga. You was talking about
what are you capping about?
CTE.
Nah,
getting to it. Call that nigga CTE.
UT. Don't try to stop me, UT. Don't try to
No,
stop
I
me.
said I was asking what he was capping about. I ain't hear.
Nah. What you looking at, Mandrell?
Huh?
Oh, all right.
Oh, I know. I'm normally working when I'm talking to you clowns anyway. So I mean, I'm doing something productive. Doing something productive.
Nah. Sway, like, sometimes I love Sway, but that nigga be wilding, man.
You be wilding.
Once in a blue moon, I do catch Sway wilding.
So
not all
let me ask you a question,
At least twice in the blue moon. At least twice in the blue moon.
Oh yeah, twice.
Yeah,
You haven't
at
even
least.
seen me
Okay,
wild
okay.
out yet, him.
Sweet.
Hey, what you think about what we were just asking?
What part? I had to tune out for just a second. What was the question?
Is a woman giving head 20 times to 20 different men, or
Yeah,
women
and this-
fucking?
Yeah, giving head to 20 niggas is she wildin'. Now, here's the reason why Sway not making sense is because when he was saying earlier about the outcome, right? The outcome is the same for that many dicks and that many dicks in her mouth. You're not fucking with her in the same way. So when he was bullshitting earlier about the hypocritical advice because it was about outcomes, right? Remember that? So now the nigga double dutching. You got to be consistent in that sentiment.
Double dutch.
How am I double
I went here. I ain't hear that. That's why I was confused.
Now
on why
you
said
heard
that.
UT when I played the back pedal, you stuck up for him. I'm mad at you too.
I'm not
No, I
double
didn't know.
dutching
I
at
didn't
all.
know what you were doing
You're
it for. I
gonna
thought you
have
were just
to-
hitting buttons.
You
I
have
didn't
to
know.
expound on me double dutching. Then coming in talking strong like you said anything about you. Yeah, I'm not my double dutching.
Get on camera if you want to talk to me, please.
I'm on my phone.
Why told you have an Android?
I don't have an Android. I got an iPhone. You're bugging.
Ain't nothing wrong with Android.
Hey, hold on now. You got to lay out
Android
the
is a superior
Android now.
platform.
Golly.
Yeah,
I don't
Android-
like the phone position where it's like falling down.
Android is the superior
The phone
platform.
position is weird to me. I be on these podcasts with my camera. I don't like the phone position.
That's what she said. The reason why that didn't make sense. Wait. See, the hypocritical part, though, I understood what you were saying. However, if these women can only get bodies by fucking with us, right? Aren't we speaking against our outcomes? Aren't our actions going against the outcomes that we want? We want women with low body count, but we giving them bodies that don't matter to them.
I think you want both.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you had to stand on something for once in your life, you would have to also say that that's that wasn't true. That's hypocritical, though, right? We doing things against what we're asking for.
Well, I think a lot of men feel like they didn't necessarily make a woman sleep with a bunch of dudes. That was her choice. So she wanted to sleep with a bunch of dudes, or she wanted to exhibit traits to keep a man long term. A lot of women's problem is keeping a man long term. It's not necessarily attracting men. So if they have sex with them, yeah. So if they get a man and then they're trying to get a relationship out of these guys, but they're not keeping them long, and then they do it again, they're not keeping them long. They try to get a relationship again, not keeping them long. She does that however many times. She can rack up a couple bodies just because the time of age, and they're not doing no sex for marriage. That's obsolete. So her seeking a relationship, she could be racking up bodies nowadays.
Okay. Now, question, Sway, do you think that's the way they're racking them up, or do you think that we talking about their panties like you used to do?
Talking about their panties,
like on UT used to do when he was in college. When Mandrell walked in the beach with his shirt off and it's cold.
I think the ones that want to have sex are the ones that are having sex.
Pause. Go ahead.
Hold on, I got a couple super chats.
I know a lot of chicks that like.
Wait, can I read the super chats, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mule University with the $5. Bandits, yeah. Thank you, Mule. Sway, UT, and Mandrell. Thank you.
What I do? How am I a bandit?
You just was here earlier. You probably did. Bravado with the $5. Remember, CBS 60 Minutes did that story on high school blood pressure and strokes were caused by racism. I must have missed that. He knows what up, boy, with the $2. If someone want in a hole, it's a body. Facts. Oh yeah, I agree with Mandrell there. Now I disagree with Mandrell about
stop the cap.
He's still hitting them 10s that got bodies. That's a fact though.
No.
Yeah.
No.
If Chick Cherokee was standing at your door butt naked, you gonna tap that ass.
No, if Lori Harvey standing at my door, I wouldn't hit her either.
Come on.
Stop the cap.
Yeah,
no, I wouldn't. Here's the thing. I've only dealt with pretty women. Once you see them enough, like if that's all you see, it's like okay, you're a 10, but you're still a dime a dozen.
That's true.
I see all the time, so I'm not impressed with your beauty. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but you ain't finna stand out. So for me, it's like, huh?
You ain't gonna take her down through that though? That what you saying?
Fuck that. No, fuck that, man. I'm better than you. Not you, but her. That's why I look at it.
Okay.
Like that's honestly the attitude you take to it. I'm too good for you. Because I had to examine myself like a few years ago, and it sounds elitist, and maybe it is. I don't think it is, but yeah, that's the attitude you have about it.
Damn, man.
I'm too good for you. I'm too good for you. Sorry, ladies. I mean, it's just
and y'all stepped in the other subject that we have brewing too. I'm glad Q switched it back around because that's a whole nother subject. And Q, you notice they love asking you questions. Not even just y'all three. People love asking those questions, man.
I'm not answering them, but yeah.
Damn, man. I gotta go eat. I gotta wash up these damn kids, man. Damn, Sway. I appreciate you, bro. Any final thoughts?
I still don't get how I'm hypocritical, but it is what it is. We got a long day. I'm young and wet behind my ears. I got a lot to learn, so I'm listening.
Everyone's a hypocrite, Sway. Everyone, to some degree.
Nah, I fuck with Sway. Sway's actually very enlightened, in my opinion, to be so young. UT the legend.
No, I wouldn't say legend.
UT is a legend.
He does use his brain. I give him
me,
to that.
Man, Trey, I thought me and you had a good talk today.
Yeah,
we
did. Your final thought, UT.
Yeah, we did.
Man, I ain't really gotten in. I appreciate Q for answering the questions in a truthful way and in a fair way. It was good. It was a good conversation.
Word. Mandrell, final thoughts, bro.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I don't see how people confused, except when it comes to the gay shit. I mean, that's a whole nother world that I don't know. I don't understand it. Just ask people like Q when it comes to stuff like that. Other than that, I mean, who else you gonna ask? Why y'all laughing? But anyway, other than that, not really. Just, I mean, you'd be surprised at how far you get in life when you stop caring. So stop taking stuff personally, people.
Okay. Well, I appreciate y'all. We'll see everybody tomorrow. I'm gonna end it off, me and Q. Y'all be safe, do the right thing, man. Drell, UT, Sway, as always, man. Y'all be good. Yo, another one. So I shot you a text too. We could explore that more. But that's the topic. So we can get that coordinated, even though we gotta maybe switch what was I saying? That date. Yeah, we could do it. So any final thoughts, Q?
Yeah, if you didn't learn anything from this episode, you were not trying to learn. There was a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We had the old heads come on with their wisdom from their experiences. We had the young cats come on with their wisdom from their experiences. I appreciate everybody who was on the panel today. I'm not sure that I see there being a hypocritical thing, only because I don't see men and women as being the same. However, we do have to uphold certain standards and principles and all that good stuff, and I get that. As far as giving somebody advice on some shit that you haven't mastered, just stay away from it.
Yeah, man, it's just interesting, man. I think the key about it may not be hypocritical because we are not the same. We are not equal. We don't have the same expectations. However, if we want different results, I think we have to conduct ourselves differently. And so I think that's the key. That's why we explored it from this lens to see if people would be open to it. I'm not sure if we achieved that, but nevertheless, right? What do they always say? Treat people how you want to be treated, reap what you sow, right? You put in what you get out. So just think about that and then move forward like that. You know what I mean? That makes sense, Q?
That makes sense.
Indeed.
I love you. Some shit that makes sense.
God damn.
Wow. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. Risky midday with love. She off of work, so ain't no telling what her conduct gonna be like. You feel me? And then tomorrow night with the women's POV, and of course, This Might Be Risky show. I was born on Wednesday, December 6th, so I might just stream all day. Fuck you, feel me? We're gonna see. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, and we out.